Hello. Hello. All right, welcome everyone. It is now 4:04 p.m. Do we have any report back? Oh, wait a minute. Where am I getting ahead of myself here? After we return from closed session, would you like to read the comment on, oh, sorry. I'm just so scrambled today. Sorry, guys. I think the heat's getting to me. I hope you've all been staying hydrated. Let's see, moving on to the roll call, please.
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Here.
Councilmember Kelly,
Here.
Councilmember Nastandi.
Here.
Councilmember Truby.
Here.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Present.
And just for the record, earlier in the afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem Harnick did announce that she's remote participating due to travel and city business. There is nobody over the age of 18, and the council took a motion to allow for remote participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. At this point, we move on to item 6, the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Nastande. And our inspiration will be led by Councilmember Truby.
Okay, welcome everybody. Thank you for coming out today and participating. I saw that I was on the agenda to do inspiration. I had all these grandiose plans to maybe go back to the founders, some quotes from them, or maybe the Hendersons who helped found our city. However, when I got up this morning, it was about 5 a.m. and I started out on my bike ride that I try to get ahead of the heat like so many of us. And lo and behold, I saw our public works crew out there in the middle of Fred Waring Drive and Deep Canyon, just nonchalantly working in the middle of this busy intersection. I thought, man, oh man, that's what we used to call, when I used to help coach cross country over at Xavier, coach would call it shadow work. You know, doing that work when nobody's out there watching, no glory in it, no nothing. But boy, oh boy, I'm just so proud and inspired by our public works department, the work they do to keep our city running smoothly and beautifully. I've always admired in my 30 years living here how good and clean and well maintained our city is. And I just want to give kudos to the public works department, and they inspire me every day to be sure. Thank you.
That is a beautiful sentiment. Do we have a report from closed session?
No reportable action from closed session this afternoon, Mayor.
Thank you. Item number 9, awards, presentations, and appointments. Would you like me to read those first? Okay. we have two proclamations today. The first states that whereas in 1994, after practicing law, Jack Newby began working for the nonprofit sector as executive director of the Center and the AIDS Project Long Beach, which provided a variety of services to the LGBTQIA+ community. And whereas in 1998, Mr. Newby relocated to the Coachella Valley with the intention of retiring. However, a couple years later, he began working as the Director of Marketing and Development for the Mizell Senior Center. He then transitioned to the Desert AIDS Project as the Director of Public Policy. By 2005, Mr. Newby was recruited by the San Francisco HIV Health Services Planning Council to serve as director. And whereas Mr. Newby's dedication to service led him back to the Coachella Valley in 2008, where he served as Director of Development for the Mizell Senior Center. His innovative initiatives were instrumental in creating the Coachella Valley-wide Meals on Wheels program, which served approximately 100,000 homes. And whereas in July 2017, Mr. Newby began his role as Executive Director of the Joslyn Center, helping establish the Joslyn Wellness Center, offering a unique of holistic approaches to senior wellness. By 2020, the Joslyn Center was nationally recognized as a program of excellence by the National Council on Aging. And whereas Mr. Newby guided the Joslyn Center through the COVID pandemic, with the center being the first in the Coachella Valley to offer a variety of virtual programming to its members. And whereas under his visionary leadership, Mr. Newby oversaw several improvements to the Joslyn Center, including ADA-related remodeling and solar panel installation. He helped establish the Joslyn Center Endowment Fund, which is nearing $1 million, and raised well over $1.5 million for the new funding through grants and fundraising events. Mr. Newby also led the charge for autism certification, leading to the only senior center in the nation to achieve the distinction. And whereas the legacy of Jack Newby's contributions will have a lasting impact on the senior community, ensuring that the Joslyn Center continues to thrive and serve as a beacon of hope and support for our senior citizens. Now, therefore, I, Karina Quintanilla, Mayor of the City of Palm Desert, along with the entire City Council, do hereby congratulate Jack Newby, the Joslyn Center Executive Director, on his retirement after many years of exceptional service to the community, and wish him happiness and success in all his future endeavors. Is Mr. Newby here? Let's have you this way. This one's
Well, this was entirely unexpected, so thank you very much to council and staff. You know, I really want to say, when I worked at the Mizell Center, we were always kind of jealous because of the funding that the Cove communities provided to the Joslyn Center. And I have to say, it is so inspiring that that has continued for so many years and shows such an intense caring about your community and those individuals in the community that are growing older and more in need of programs and services. So I thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to have worked with the Joslyn Center and to have worked with many of you, some of you for a long time and some of you for a short time. But thank you very much. And again, this was entirely unexpected and unnecessary. So thank you.
And go retire for real. We always know that people joke. Yes, this is a place where many people come to unretire, is what I'm learning. Our second proclamation. Whereas the City of Palm Desert is committed to fostering an inclusive and welcoming community for all its residents, recognizing that diversity is one of our greatest strengths. And whereas Pride Month is celebrated each June to honor the history, achievements, and contributions of the LGBTQ+ community, as well as to promote equality and justice for all people, regardless of sexual orientation or gender identity. And whereas Palm Desert acknowledges the importance of promoting understanding, acceptance, and respect within our community and stands against discrimination and prejudice in all forms. And whereas by recognizing Pride Month, we celebrate the progress made for equal rights and reaffirm our commitment to create a supportive and inclusive environment for LGBTQ+ individuals. Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Palm Desert hereby proclaims the month of June 2024 as LGBTQ+ Pride Month and encourage all residents to join in celebrating our diverse community, promoting inclusivity, and fostering a spirit of understanding and acceptance. Thank you. Do we have any presentations
No other presentations, Madam Mayor.
or appointments?
No. It's on the consent calendar.
Okay, perfect. Just making sure there wasn't anything else. Do we have any city manager comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to take an opportunity to introduce Mr. Jay Sellers, who's our new executive director from for the Jocelyn Center, and maybe ask him to introduce himself to the community and the council.
By all means.
Hello, Council. I'm really thrilled to be here. I'm Jay Seller. I'm going to be at the Jocelyn Center as the new executive director, and I look forward to carrying on the legacy that Jack has established and really enrich the lives of the seniors living in our community. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the city. Look forward to working with you. Item number 11, Mayor and Council Member reports and requests for action. Let's start with Mayor Pro Tem Harnick, since you are remote.
Thank you. I have lots of items that we are addressing, but I will save them for the July 11th meeting. Thank you.
Okay. And Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. I learned on Nextdoor that I was not the only one affected by intermittent power outages this past Sunday. Approximately, at least in my case, approximately 10 times. The power went out, stayed off for about 30 seconds, and came back on. It happened again Monday. I want anyone affected to know that our city manager has been actively striving to get Edison to tell us what happened and what's being done to prevent it from happening again in South Palm Desert or any place else, because we've been told we need to endure scheduled outages at inconvenient times to prevent this from happening. To date, however, Edison has not told the city that they know what happened. And until they share with us some knowledge of what happened, it's impossible to have confidence that it's been addressed and that it won't happen again. We are entering the 2 months in our climate when it can truly be life-threatening to lose power. Some of us grew up here and were pretty well acclimated. I can handle it, but I live with someone who's 99, and it makes me very sensitive to how problematic this is for folks who are sensitive to heat. So I do have a critical request for action. Staff has prepared this wonderful flyer about our cooling centers. And this is available on the website as well. For the most part, cooling centers close at 5 p.m. The library site will be open at least some days until 8 p.m. But we have to be ready to safeguard our residents if there is a power outage into the evening. Because in July and August, it's going to stay hot. So I want to request that we make sure we have identified locations to which people can quickly go under these conditions, and that we communicate that citywide, because when it happens, communication is impaired. So people need to have that information handy in case they should need it. And this is not a case where we want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We have sites like the Jocelyn where we keep cots and meals and create the ability to serve people for an extended emergency. For this, we have to have made arrangements with larger sites where people can simply keep cool. So I hope my colleagues will support that request. We can make sure that we keep our people safe and communicate.
I support, and I would like to make an additional ask. If there's a way to have the bright side show the planned outages, that's something I've been, showing staff and our city manager, that there is another one planned on the 8th, on the 9th, and I believe 2 more tomorrow. Some unfortunately are from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m., which I think is less than horrible. I mean, it's horrible. Simple. It's horrible to do that to our residents in such a critical time. And there's another one that will be like midnight to 8. So they do have the capacity to schedule them at different times. I just don't know why they don't schedule them in winter. And if we can ensure that we have an ongoing check to see if there's any planned outages that would allow us to truly provide the best quality of life. So I wholeheartedly support. Do we have additional support?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you. That's all tonight.
Councilmember Nistande?
No additional comments. Thank you.
Councilmember Truby?
All right, just 2 quick items to report. I am our council liaison to the Children's Discovery Museum of the Desert. And at our last meeting last week, it was reported, they opened, by the way, at the end of May after several years off due to COVID. And it was great because the news was good. They've been open for nearly a month, so they had some figures to report, and it looks like they're back up to pre-COVID numbers. They had 7,000 visitors in their first month being open again, which just about matches what they were doing pre-COVID, so that's wonderful. It's a great resource for kids in our valley and adults to let the kids run around while they can just have a little nice, cool place to be. And they have a whole new set of exhibits there as well. So if you haven't seen it yet, I recommend going over and check it out. And one of the perks of this job is that we got a sneak peek at our library today. And we were able to go in there and check it out. And it really so impressive and amazing. I'm excited for all of you to see it. July 1st will be open officially. And Gary and his team, just outstanding job getting that thing turned. It was amazing. It closed, end of May. And here we are already looking sharp and new and refreshed. It's just beautiful. Chris and Todd and the team here, city staff that made this all happen the last, 12 months. Really, really impressive. And I'm just really excited for you all to see it and can't wait for it to be another asset for our city. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I may,
By all means.
Thank you. I thought it would be brought up. We had the CVAG annual meeting, the GA this last week. And it was impressive. Their speaker was a gentleman who was formerly homeless and talked about the process of now being in a home and what he went through. But it was so nice to hear him praise Ivan, who works for Palm Desert, and all the work Ivan did to help him get off the streets and into a home. And that's all I'll add now. Thank you.
That it truly was beautiful. It really was inspiring, and a lot of gratitude as a Mayor Pro Tem has highlighted. I have a few updates specifically with regards to the session at Naleo. There were extreme takeaways that I think will be greatly beneficial to the community. There was a session, two sessions on K through 12 education. And there is a curriculum and model that was developed in Texas to grow student success with family engagement. And beyond student success, it turned into economic development opportunities for families. I'm excited to share some of these. Another is an underserved and underfunded school district that has surpassed the rates of other schools that are graduating students with both high school diplomas and associate's degree, since they have several earning 2 associate's degrees. And they start offering college courses and the ACT exam much earlier on. They've got 4th graders passing the ACT, which is a college admissions exam. And I have had the opportunity to share some of these brief conversations with the superintendent. In terms of higher education, there was a session on the fact that we don't show a way to keep pace with new hires and new graduates in healthcare that match the retirement rate of the baby boomer generation. And I shared with my background in student affairs that part of the challenge is that for some of these certificate programs, it's difficult to get financial aid. And without the creative feedback with our partners, we need to find the option. And one person came up to me and said he had seen some innovative ways. So that's another conversation for College of the Desert. And on that same line, I recently had a conversation with the Carpenters Union and let them know about some of the career tech ed programs that graduate our local students with certificates in welding and construction trades, and how they can support students in the college programs to ensure that we have a diverse workforce with the to be able to easily access living wages. As a council member Kelly brought up the extreme heat, we are seeing heat-related fatalities grow nationwide and have identified that as a region, we don't track heat-related deaths. They are often attributed to underlying conditions. And with additional data, we will be able to request grant funding and find resources that we can help to mitigate our extreme heat. For example, when it's 122, an unsheltered individual that may choose to take a nap in the shade may wake up in the blistering sun and have 3 second-degree burns. That was interesting to learn. And some take medications where it says to avoid direct sunlight. We also, in regards to the housing crisis, there was a couple of presentations on minimalist housing and creating tiny home villages. So they don't look like tiny homes. They look like smaller developments that are aesthetically pleasing and welcoming, as we have single people and couples that don't want kids, that just want a smaller space that doesn't have the high utility costs. And very interesting was a session on climate. I was blown away. They said that hydrogen is a great concept for alternative fuels, and it is now only getting worked out across various commercial sectors. The industry professional that was on the panel gave information on the research and the various types of hydrogen fuels that they're developing, including the carbon sequestration underground. But they only have 2 pilot programs going, and these are some of the premier developers and pioneers. And it really drove the line that we are a long time away from hydrogen to be used for consumers to make a substantial impact. The library was, again, it was wonderful. I can't wait for everyone to see how much of our original library was kept intact. All of the excitement, open space that will be spectacular for families of all ages. It really lends itself to people that are entrepreneurs that want a little bit of space. And I'm proud to say that I was the first person to check out books at our library. And then speaking of proud, I just want to highlight that as a lifelong ally, I'm really thankful to my peers and to the community that have brought forth the request and ongoing request to increase our recognition of pride. I think statistically, not only, statistically, we found that gay men have the highest rates of disposable income. Through proclamations such as this and through our recognition, we are creating a more inclusive environment that will have an economic impact as well. The bigger picture is this. We're making an official recognition that shows that we understand the unique struggles and the discrimination that our LGBTQ+ loved ones, residents, and our staff have faced. My request at this meeting is on behalf of veterans in advance of the 4th of July and Veterans Day. At the Veterans Day conference or coffee with the mayor, they have requested that we find alternative space to celebrate with others with sanctuary from the explosion of fireworks and supports our mission of inclusion, knowing that this also addresses the sensory concerns. And I know I had brought that up before, the additional conversations that have come up are providing the very inexpensive foam earplugs that will help mitigate that sound. Additional and deeper conversations is about something that could come down the line about shortening the length of the fireworks and incorporating a drone show, which would be sustainable and support our clean air and would truly allow folks to enjoy that a little bit more inclusively. So if I would love the support of my peers to explore sustainable options to celebrate our nation and respect our veterans. So no support for removing
Well,
fireworks.
I support the request for a safe space. I'm not persuaded that combining something that is sensitive to those suffering from PTSD with the fireworks display is a good direction. They might be mutually incompatible, but I certainly support the request to establish a safe space.
I think that to follow up on that is PTSD is a component, but through our autism certification, that training included the understanding of neurodiversity and how these sounds are excruciating to people with different sensory needs, not just veterans. So that was the component. And for some of our staff that maybe have not taken that, I do encourage others to maybe get us to that 100% completion rate for the autism training.
And Mayor,
Yes.
I do want to feature for everyone that our local transit agency, Sunline, has received national recognition for its leadership in hydrogen fuel cell technology. So if anyone is interested in learning what's happening locally to really push the envelope in regard to that technology, please reach out and I will arrange a tour.
Yes, they truly have been pioneers in that. They've had the natural gas buses since the 90s. However, it's just not ready for broad consumer use. But I think it's great to have people take tours. Okay, now we move on to item number 13, non-agenda public comments. Do we have any comments online, or would you like to address?
Yeah, for the housekeeping remarks for those on Zoom, if you want to participate in non-agenda public comment, please click the raise hand button on your computer or smartphone. If you're joining by calling in on your phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand, and when called upon, press *6 to unmute yourself.
At this time, do we have any online comments?
No online comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Our first non-agenda comment is from Linda Candler.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Candler, and I reside at 74040 Chinook Circle in Palm Desert. I'm here now to address concerns about the grading that is currently going on behind our house for the refuge project. There was a planning commission meeting on May 21st last month. I was there at that time also to raise concerns. The grading is now, according to the developer, the rough grading is pretty much complete. In short, the slope is inconsistent with what was approved by the city for the specific plan on November 17 of 2022. It's too steep, it's too close, and it's too high. There was a specific concern I raised at the Planning Commission meeting, which was addressing landscaping and architectural concerns. The architecture is not anything I'm here to discuss, but the landscaping plan had specifically shown, as was shown on the specific plan that was approved in November 2022, a 50-foot wide landscape buffer. That was reduced somehow in a new landscape plan to 45 feet. So one of our concerns was, because all the pad elevations are raised, any decrease in the distance of the start of the new project behind our house was going to cause disruption and loss of views, more dust closer to our house, a different sight line, all of those concerns. Well, now the grading, as I said, I've got pictures that I've submitted for your review. It appears to be higher and closer than what is even on the grading plan, and I submit the grading plan is inconsistent with the landscape plan. There was a specific pad height elevation submitted. The pad height behind our house was supposed to be 7 feet. It appears much higher. I raised this. The question was asked by the Planning Commission, is it 7 feet? The answer was no, that was incorrect. So I asked that that hearing be reopened. There was, I think, a misunderstanding because there was a preliminary grading plan, then a rough grading plan. There was a 6-inch differential, but the pad heights are still high. Some of my neighbors have a 10-foot high mountain behind them now. We're concerned about a number of things, not just loss of views, flooding potentially, dust. It's been horrible. We can't use our pool. And also the distance of the slope where it starts, according to WEAR Exhibit EE, which was attached to the specific plan, and it is attached here with these photos, it's supposed to, there's also a sight line that actually depicts from our lot 25, the sight line. It's supposed to be 32 feet back before
My
the slope
apologies, you
starts.
are over time. We
All
cut
right.
everyone at 3 minutes. I do thank you for coming and sharing your concerns. Thank you.
I will let the pictures speak for themselves.
Thank you. I would like to call up Barbara Wasserkrug.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Barbara Wasserkrug, and I'm a resident of Palm Desert. I'm here today to let you know about my upcoming informational video presentation on another very important topic of interest for Palm Desert residents and beyond. Were any of you aware that scientists around the world have been racing to record the genetic blueprints and digitize every known species on our planet? This is called the Earth Biogenome Project. The goal of these so-called scientists is to have everything interconnected and sequence the DNA of all life on Earth. For more information, come join us at my event titled The Genetic Takeover of All DNA on this planet, including humans, to learn more about it. Additionally, one of the council members has asked, where do I get my information from? So today I have brought a bio of the video presenter, Patrick M. Wood, if you would like to look at his background and his credentials. The date of my event is Friday, July 12th. The time, 5:30 to 6 for a meet and greet with snacks. 6 to 7 is the video presentation, followed by a question and answer session. The location is Desert Cities Baptist Church at 45825 Tierra del Oro in Palm Desert. Please RSVP to me, Barbara Wasserkrug, at 760-808-0232. I hope to see you there.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jana Kinski.
A water drainage specialist who lives in Kaufman Road and Shepherd Lane neighborhoods bordering Refuge Palm Desert Explorer, after getting the roundabout, going to City Hall in person to pressure them, finally received requested drainage plans, confirming a flood danger to both neighborhoods. Since then, we have tried to get the attention of MSA, the city staff and council, and developer to show them the problems. Plans for the drainage channel do not account for adverse drainage impacts, safety, and privacy to our neighborhoods. Flooding concerns were discussed at length at the first neighborhood meeting in August 2022. In September, a neighbor wrote to Mark Kleeman, the Refuge Palm Desert CEO or whatever he is, about safety concerns over the elevations seen on renderings. But the only concerns mentioned to the Planning Commission in October were dust mitigation, traffic impacts, and potential view loss. In November, based on commission recommendations, the plan for refuge was approved by City Council. Initially, since the drainage specialist had only the renderings with small catch basins not defined, it appeared too much water volume would be created. The refuge streets will not drain towards the area behind our wall, so it is direct rainfall only, starting from the large southwest corner area and from the slope of the mound, all flowing eastward, then north. That is our concern. All the flow is by gravity. Therefore, they did not need to raise the pad. The pad elevation is too high, slope too steep, no conduits planned behind Woodward, and ones along Shepherd Lane are too small. When we get a downpour, a storm like Hillary or the one we had in 2018, both neighborhoods will be flooded. The specialist is now calculating how much rainfall the canal can hold, but the water flow will cause erosion of sand towards and along our wall because it is only 2 to 3 feet away. Properly done, the drainage channel would eliminate flooding hazard, some of the safety and privacy issues, and offensive elevation behind us, leaving us with some of the view we once enjoyed. Yet the officials at the Tuesday meeting ignored the specialist comments. A city engineer said that they did not have to check the elevations before the building permits. By then, it'd be too late. There's a discrepancy between the elevation shown on the USGS interactive topographical map and those shown on MSA plan for refuge. Because plan elevation height behind us benefits Pulte by not
Thank you for
having.
your time. We've reached our 3-minute comment. I appreciate you. Our next comment is Mr. Brad Anderson.
We just ask that you please
thank you. We
investigate.
have heard, we've received a lot of emails. It is an ongoing process. You are not being ignored. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, my name is Brad Anderson. I currently live in the city of Rancho Mirage. I wanted to speak on a few topics just momentarily. I won't keep too much of your time. But I am concerned about the use of AB 2449, which is one of your council members is using tonight. It appears to me that possibly advance warning would have been given on company or city business, so they could have easily abided by the Brown Act, the long established Brown Act safeguards of public meetings. And I urge you to maybe consider abiding by the Brown Act or the original Brown Act versus this AB 2449, which is really getting abused throughout the state of California by public entities. So on that note, I noticed one of your council members mentioned the Children's Discovery Museum of the Desert. and a meeting he attended. I also understand that we have a council member from Rancho Mirage that sits on that too, and it was selected to the city, and it appears to be the same here. I'm concerned because that's a private nonprofit. It was referred to as a charity, but then it's not, so I can't pronounce that correctly, but I think a little more transparency on the operations of that organization would be invaluable to the people that support it when you do donate to that cause. And one more thing, the Cove Commissions has I think quarterly meetings. Community Cove, I can't remember the name of it. I've been trying to attend. I attend one of those meetings over the 3-year span, and they moved from Indian Wells, Palm Desert to Rancho Mirage, hosts those meetings, and Rancho Mirage is actually hosting it. But they apparently posted that meeting for Monday on Friday. And of course, I didn't get any notification for whatever reason, but I'm usually the only person that will go to those. But so hopefully that commission was a lot of the Jocelyn Center is senior center goes to that. And if we have a little more public participation, maybe that would be a good thing for that organization. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, this last one that was submitted, it says item number. Is this for non-agenda comments, or is this just a general or on a specific agenda item? Ms. Gutierrez? Was this public comment or was it in regards to a specific item on the agenda? Okay, perfect. So public comment, if you would be so kind.
Really that prepared, but I figured it since I'm here. My name is Nancy Gutierrez. Thank you for listening to me today. I'm from Palm Desert. There's just so much going on and I feel so overwhelmed. It's really scary what's going on with the corruption in our government. I mean, all levels of government. This whole thing about the refugees and this project, it seems to me like these people are I heard in one of the states already, they're considering hiring refugees in the police force. That makes no sense. Having a police force that with no roots or no connections. And it just makes me, from what I've been reading, and it seems like around the country, they're doing this and they want to blend them into law enforcement, health enforcement, FEMA camps, and other task forces to keep Americans from defending themselves from governmental tyranny. And it's very worrying. It's hard to keep up with everything that's going on in this city. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Excuse me. Are there any additional comments that may have popped up online?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Having concluded our non-agenda public comments, we advance to item 13, consent calendar. All matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by one motion. The public may comment on any items of the consent agenda within the 3-minute time limit. Individual items may be removed by the City Council for separate discussion. Since we have a lot of these consent items, I think it would be most prudent to call all of them at once, one by one. Laura James speaking on item 13F.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Laura James, and in March 2024, I was appointed as the interim CEO of Coachella Valley Economic Partnership. I'm also, incidentally, a proud resident of Palm Desert, District 2. I'm here to speak regarding item 13F on this afternoon's agenda. I respectfully request that the City Council adopts this year's staff recommendation of $25,000 to support the Coachella Valley Economic Partnership. There have, as you know, been numerous changes and challenges to our operations for these past few years. We've strived to maintain support and commitment to all emerging businesses within the Coachella Valley. Building upon the successes from when we operated the Palm Desert iHub, we continue our interaction throughout the valley to identify and grow businesses with the potential to thrive. Under our new leadership, we are actively working on this through the development of a transformational new strategic plan. We're doing this in partnership with the CSUSB Institute for Public Management and Governance, and we expect the changes to largely be in place by our November 19th Economic Summit. course, we cannot do any of this change work without the financial support of our cities and partnerships with city staff as we work together on these efforts. Please consider being a part of this transformational change with us. On behalf of myself and of the CVEP Board of Directors, please consider supporting CVEP again this year. Thank you.
Thank you. And David Sinkinen?
Thank you, Mayor, and hello, fellow council members. My name is David Sickman. I actually recently purchased a home in Palm Desert, so I'm very excited in District 4.
You could speak up just a little bit so everyone at home can hear you.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm here to urge you to consider funding from the outside agency funding for the Chabad Jewish Community Center. I'd like to highlight just some of the incredible initiatives that we've done this year and that we plan to do this coming year. So we've provided counseling and mental health support to vulnerable community members. We've provided kosher food to elderly and sick in the Jewish community. We visited the sick and disabled in hospitals, nursing homes, and home visitations, which reduces loneliness, depression among single elderly and sick patients. We've also had some incredible success at the Palm Desert High School. We've launched a kosher food club, and we brought both Jewish and non-Jewish students together to learn about Jewish history and culture. And we've had over 40 students attend bi-weekly get-togethers with kosher food. It's really fun. I'd like to highlight that in the current climate around the country, we're seeing an increase in anti-Semitic acts of hate and violence. It's especially important to bring people together. And when you know someone, you know their story, it's much harder to hate that person. So highlighting just beautiful ways to bring people together, I think, is really important. We've also encouraged teens in the community to become more active within their circle of friends, to take leadership roles. And we've given them immersive experiences such as Shabbat dinners, community service projects, social activities, and more. And we also are coming up to, in a while, but I still would be remiss not to mention the Jewish Heritage Night at Acacia Arena. Councilmember Chuby attended, and I invite all of you to attend as well for the Jewish Heritage Night. And it's unfortunate that the Firebirds lost, but hopefully next season we'll do better. So thank you for your consideration, and I'm always grateful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker on item 13G as well is Chani Liu. Am I pronouncing that correctly? And please be sure to bring the microphone down. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me here. Dear esteemed city council members.
We still can't hear you. We want everyone at home to hear you too.
My name is Chani Liu, and I've lived in the desert for over 20 years, but 10 of those years in Palm Desert District 3 with my husband and our 8 children. I'm here today to ask you to consider the Chabad Jewish Community Center for the outside agency funding in order to support the many community programs offered by this wonderful organization, and which directly benefits mine and many other Jewish children in Palm Desert. The C-Teen and C-Kids programs create a unique venue for Jewish teens and kids to come together in an exciting, meaningful, and positive environment, and to experience and cherish Judaism in a highly personal and relevant way. The comradeship, confidence, and sense of belonging that these teens and kids develop is life-changing, and their revitalized enthusiasm for Jewish leadership creates a beautiful ripple effect to their families and communities, as Palm Desert community has experienced firsthand. So thank you for this opportunity and your consideration of Chabad Jewish Community Center's vital and transformative programs. I hope that together we can bring more positivity and camaraderie in our beautiful city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Brett Anderson, speaking on item 13O and 13K. Which one will you be addressing first?
13K, please.
Thank you.
Yes, my name's Brad Anderson. I currently live in the city of Rancho Mirage. And this is 13K is just amending your municipal code, chapter 2.36 of conducting your public or meetings, conducting meetings of the city. I just wanted to recommend, I know apparently the staff report says because of recent filings of appeals, and I feel that's probably true with the heavy-handed approach that the city has been having on certain issues. So people are appealing their decisions. And I understand that this is really kind of a cleanup measure of speaking times and how much time people have to rebut in those appeal hearings. But I am concerned about the closing arguments, or I guess, forget what they call it, closing arguments or the rebutter that the parent would have in those proceedings being limited to only 3 minutes. I believe a 5-minute mark would be more appropriate for that. And I'm going to move down to item 13O, and that's concerning Sunline maintenance of your bus shelters. And you have $97,383 a year going to Sunline, proposed to go to Sunline to clean and maintain those shelters. I would recommend possibly putting that out for a request for proposal and possibly having a small independent person that probably lives in your city do that. And that's one contract for them other than Sunline. And I think that would be a great thing. And that's all I have. Thank you.
If I may clarify one question. So your request is to separate the two? I want to be sure that I understand your concern.
I'm sorry, I moved from 13K to 13.
No, under 13O about shifting to a small other entity. I just want to be
Yeah,
sure again.
I would recommend putting a request for proposal out to see if you could have some possibly bids on that versus having Sunline do it for $100,000 and have some private contractor possibly within your city do it instead. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And-
Do we get another one?
Yes, we do have
thank
an online comment from Fred Bell.
Thank you.
Hello, it's Fred Bell from the Air Museum. I just want to tell you, thank you for putting our request on and considering our 2-year request for support for the classroom and our educational services. We're very grateful, and I'm here to answer any questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is that the final comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Do we have any of my peers that would like to pull anything from consent? Okay, please, Mr. Truby, which would you like?
Item 13R.
Pulling 13R. I would like to pull 13I and 13O. Anyone else? Okay, and which was your
Oh,
request?
sorry. Award contracts to multiple vendors.
What number? I just want to be sure we
Oh.
get them in sequence.
Beg your pardon, 13R, like
R,
Robert.
okay. I, O, and R. Who is available for those reports?
Madam Mayor, could
Yes.
we take the motion to
Perfect.
accept
thank
the
you.
balance of the consent
I
calendar?
appreciate. I appreciate.
I'll make a motion to approve the balance.
Second,
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick? No, I'm sorry,
I'm so sorry. I didn't get it off of mute at time. I wanted to pull something from the consent, please.
Please do. Which item would that be?
And let me make sure. I'm sorry. I'm ruffling this around. That would be 13F.
F. Okay, so let's start with 13F, please.
I'm sorry, Mayor
Oh,
Pro
sorry,
Tem
let's
Harnick?
vote. That's right. We
Yep.
didn't take the vote.
Okay. Then I vote for the balance. Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Kelly?
yes.
Councilmember Nastandi?
Yes.
Councilmember Truby?
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 to pass the balance of the consent calendar.
Okay, so with the items removed for consent for discussion are item 13F. And who will be bringing that forward? Item 13F is
Good evening, Mayor. It's
approve amendment to number 1 contract C45420 for annual funding and participation with the Coachella Valley Economic Partnership.
Yes, good evening, Mayor. Eric Saya, Director of Economic Development. Before you is a contract amendment for sponsorship and participation with CVEP. In previous years and the current agreement, we have an annual sponsorship of $50,000. And looking at what other cities have been sponsoring at, and in looking at the transition that CVEP is going through, staff recommended a reduced amount to $25,000.
Thank you. Did you have specific questions, Councilmember Harnick?
I have some thoughts on it. We've been asking for a work plan with some quantifiable goals and objectives. And I would just like to move this a little further down, perhaps when we come back in August, and see what that work plan is. We haven't seen one. And I have asked for one actually for a couple of years, for a work plan and quantifiable goals. So I would like to suggest that we move this forward to our August meeting and give CVEP a chance to provide those to us so that we can assess the value to our community.
I would support that. So is that a motion?
I
Formal
would like
motion?
to hear from my colleagues for sure what their feeling is on that.
I could support that, Mayor
Could
Pro Tem.
Could
Yes,
we
please.
hear from CVEP's representative if that timing would pose any difficulties for your budgeting process?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the questions and the opportunity to respond and answer your questions. The timing is a little challenging, of course, because we're undertaking the strategic planning process in part because through the years that I have worked with Mayor Pro Tem Harnick, I have heard her requests for a work plan. And now that I have the leadership role, I am finally able to move some of these things forward. So the request has been heard. I am sorry that it has not been acted on. It is being acted on now, that I can assure you. We do go dark during the month of August, so I have some concern that we would have a whole lot to show by the end of the summer. This is not going to be a typical 4-hour, get a bunch of people in a room, have a retreat kind of strategic planning process. This is going to be a months-long engaged process that ties everything back to a budget, a work plan, and then the critical success factors. And accountability is something that I am not frightened of. I am the kind of person who wakes up in the morning with a checklist and a to-do list and checking things off. That's my responsibility, both in my personal life and in my work life. So I would be grateful for the city of Palm Desert to be an engaged part of this process because it's going to be very important moving forward.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Harnick or Mayor Pro Tem Harnick, does that satisfy your question?
First, I want to say thank you very much, and I appreciate it. And I'm fully aware that Laura James is a motivated person and has accountability at the front of her list of things to do and how she operates. I particularly appreciate the validation that this has been heard, and it does address the issue. I do genuinely believe, we're entering our fiscal year. And before we commit taxpayer dollars, I do believe that we would like to see that work plan. We would like to see the quantifiable goals and objectives. I think it's in the best interest of our community.
Mayor?
Please.
Let me suggest an alternative to see if that might achieve everyone's purposes, which would be that we would approve this evening with the understanding that it would be paid in 2 installments, with the second installment conditioned upon receipt of the work plan. I think that would enable planning and assure the accountability that everyone embraces.
I think that's a good idea.
Councilmember Harnick, does that meet your concerns?
It really doesn't. As Ms. James said, she's heard me ask this for years. So it really does not. I'd like to hear from my other colleagues. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, Mayor Pro Tem, I would support if you're making a motion, I would second it. Because I do believe, as you said, you've been asking for years, and I'm very happy that we have CVAP here and the representative, and you're important to the community, and I'm positive about CVAP, but I do believe we do need a work plan.
Do we want to establish a date by which we expect this to be presented, a work plan to be presented that works for both entities?
So I guess we need to ask the representative when is the earliest we could get a work plan?
Or maybe is that our city manager or attorney, are there guidelines of when would be the best time for this?
We're fine. I'll ask Eric and Amy to work with Ms. James and bring it back to you when they're ready to go.
My comments are the following. As Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, that there is no doubt about Miss James and all of her skill. I have seen her detailed record keeping, and I think that we should not punish her nor the current state of the entity because of how things have been run in the past years. I have had those same conversations and concerns as Mayor Pro Tem when under previous leadership, there was not a substance with what was going on at the time. I think that our concerns about supporting CVEP with taxpayer dollars has already been addressed by stepping back and awarding the IHUB management to Cal State. I think that where I have had the same sort of concern over what is our return on investment, staff has assured that the participation in some of these regional conversations, as well as access to the data from the ongoing publications, I think are worthwhile. I think that $25,000 is reasonable for what this will encompass. I think it is very reasonable to ask that this be split into two. So I make a substitute motion to accept Councilmember Kelly's request to split into two.
I don't think we had a first motion.
Oh, I thought that was a motion that you had asked. You said you would suggest.
So if you want to move what I suggested, I will second it.
Ready for a roll call vote?
Yes, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick?
Do you have another comment or question? Mhm.
Just to clarify, we're voting on Mayor Kelly's, sorry, guys, when I was elected, she was mayor. Apologize. We're voting on her proposal to break up into two payments.
Yes, pending the deliverable of the comprehensive plan.
Got it. Thank you.
We have a motion and a second. There is a moment for discussion, is there not?
If you would like.
I would. I want to point out something. We have access through ESRI and through our own abilities to have all that data. And we sign up through it, through SCAG and through our city. So we have that data. I believe in Laura James, without a doubt. So given this situation, I will acquiesce to the 12-5, but I would like a date certain, and I heard our city manager say that he will have Eric Seha and Amy Lawrence work to come up with a date certain. So I will support the 12-5 with a date certain that is achieved through the meetings with our two representatives from the city and CVEP. So that is a little bit of a change to the motion. Will that be accepted? It's a friendly amendment.
Can you clarify what the specific motion was? It seemed that your request was, or your comment was in alignment with splitting it into. Can you clarify?
Yes, that we will have a date certain that will be achieved through meetings with Eric Seha, Amy Lawrence, and the representatives from CVEP, and that will be given to us.
Yes.
And the date certain is to give us that work plan as well as measurable goals.
Cool.
Perfect. Yes.
And it sort of has a kill switch. If that date is not met, 12/5 goes away. Okay, perfect.
That is
It'll
reasonable.
be met. And we'll have a happy ending. So.
That is the goal. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi,
Yes.
Councilmember Truby,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, having concluded that item, item 13I. 13I is award a contract to Architectural Resource Group of Los Angeles, California to complete a historic context statement and citywide historic resources survey in an amount not to exceed $82,700.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Carlos Flores, Principal Planner. The request today is to award a contract to Architectural Resources Group for a historic context statement and citywide historical survey. This is after the Cultural Resources Preservation Committee over the last 2 fiscal years has made this part of a goal as part of their work plan. And so we are just carrying that out after a request for proposals and evaluation of them. Our request today is to award a contract.
This was an item that I had concerns over, and I'm aware of the extensive work that has been done by this committee and staff to identify their priorities and their work plan. My concern is that it seems that the only items that will be identified in this context are strictly buildings.
It is the historic context statement and the survey would not be limited just to buildings. It can include sites, everything from sites, buildings, any structures, objects, or districts altogether. And so we will work hand in hand with Architectural Resources Group if awarded. But that is something not just part of our scope, but really to be in line with the state's requirement for historic preservation, that it includes things beyond just buildings.
Okay. Yeah, that was, I did see things like the special districts and events, but the Natural Resource Conservation Service under the Department of Agriculture states that cultural resources are evidence of past human activity that include the district's building structures and objects significant in American history, including archaeology, engineering, and culture. And from my time on that committee, that was one of the issues that stated that there has not been a lot of understanding of the presence and history of the Cahuilla Nation on our lands. I have heard in other committees, people say outlandish things along the lines of there were never any Cahuilla here. And that is deeply offensive, absolutely untrue. And this is an opportunity to utilize a substantial amount of funding to ensure that we are able to capture the true historic value, not just from, what was it, 1971, I believe, that looked at a few years prior to incorporation. I think we need to go way back before that in order to do justice by what we're spending and our responsibility to cultural resources and economic resources to our residents. Is there a plan to include or to get deeper into archaeological components?
That is something we can definitely work with the Architectural Resources Group. They have extensive history in scopes like this. The idea being that this exercise unveils the history of Palm Desert. Having gone through this exercise with another city, it really does. It really sheds light on a lot of things that we may not know, but also they have the ability. They make this a very public process, meaning that there's community engagement involved with it and making sure that they are touching on and they are reviewing and analyzing all those things that we think are important.
So in terms of the things that we find important, does that go back to archaeological and cultural, not just structures, just making sure that we get that on record?
Correct. We can work with them on that.
Okay. And with that, since I pulled the item, I would be in favor of supporting the motion with the requirement that this includes specifically in the plan, not pending public comment, but that we do additional due diligence in looking more detailed into the plan to look at archaeology as well.
Second.
Yes.
So Carlos, are you, from my experience over the years, these archaeological sites generally are found almost by accident. In other words, if a development happens, I've heard of in cities like Indio and Coachella in the eastern part of a valley where mitten sites, in other words, where the Cahuilla had a temporary camp and the waste would be found, like, you know, animal bones and things like that. Are you aware of any of these having been discovered in our city previously? I want to make sure that, you know, what we're asking for here, if we're going looking for them out of the blue or if it comes across during the course of normal development. So I guess the first question is, are you aware of any previous archaeological Cahuilla sites having been unearthed?
I'm not personally, no, but it's also not something, you know, I've researched, but no.
Okay.
I agree that a lot of them happen to be found while there is an active construction site. I think that another component is that if we are to look at the geological assessment, there have been places where, for example, there have been fish hatcheries. People that don't have a concept of the hundreds of years of history where a lot of the Coachella Valley was actually underwater. And where these elements may not be visible today, a lot of these that have been researched, we do have local researchers. I know that Dr. Lowell or Lowy that recently passed was through UCR, and there's very extensive research that's been done on the Coachella Valley. And they may be aware of sites that we have not had the opportunity to look at. And so, yes, they're traditionally for the greater community. We see it on the news when there is active development, but we know that there is historical context that exists within our city limits.
That's Lowell Bean? I think it was Lowell Bean.
Yes, thank you.
Tamalpais,
Lowell.
yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
Tamalpais is an excellent book. And that's exactly part of the same element that the cultural components are the elements of the use of all of the native plants and the cultural resources that come with it. Although the Cahuilla people don't have the same permanent structures, but this is the legacy. This is the legacy, and it is our duty to ensure that we give them the respect due.
So you move to approve with
Yes.
that addition. I have seconded motion.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi.
Yes.
Councilmember Trubie,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
After 13I, let us advance to item 13O. And item 13O, approve an agreement with Sunline Transit Agency for bus shelter maintenance in an amount not to exceed $97,383 per the fiscal year.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council members. I'm Randy Chavez, Deputy Director of Public Works, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I think that the reason I pulled this is similar to what our public comment came from Mr. Anderson. If the city has deemed that there are 3 inactive sites and there is no plan to restore them or reactivate them as active sites, and since they are in the public way, it is the city's responsibility to maintain them. I don't think that there is I think it may be a feasible thing to explore alternatives to have a cost-saving measure and explore what it would be instead of automatically giving that to Sunline.
We are performing an analysis for that to see what's more cost-effective to maintain the shelters. However, we're not there yet. So, which is why we're going this route in order to give us a little bit more time to ensure that we do a thorough job with our analysis.
Gotcha. That
May
makes
I
sense. Yes.
offer a comment? One of the benefits of utilizing Sunline for this service is that those who do the maintenance can concurrently check to make sure that the correct schedules are posted, the signage is in place. Those are matters Sunline has to address that a contractor would not be in a position to address. So it accomplishes two purposes. I'm familiar with one of the bus stops, which is no longer utilized. And it's because it's too close to an intersection to permit the buses to safely stop without creating a hazard. But it is a nice structure, so it attracts people who are just looking to rest, some of whom sadly make a mess. So it is very expedient to have Sunlight make sure that those are cleaned and maintained consistent with city standards while addressing the active shelters.
I completely understand and the support that it really should be kept with Sunline for the active ones, because that gives them the opportunity to make sure and synchronize all of the data. But with inactive ones, I think that that should be approached as any other part of city facilities that we're responsible for cleaning and maintaining, especially if we don't foresee, as example as you provided, it is unsafe to do so. And if it perhaps would require a more frequent cleanup because of human activity, I think that that could potentially be either serviced within our staff or through another vendor. Again, this is only for the 3 inactive stops. Those are my concerns. Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. It strikes me that when we're talking about 3 inactive shelters, what we're talking about to take that away from the other 45 active, there's an economy of scale that makes sense. And there is a certain amount of expertise that those who work for Sunline and across the valley possess that somebody who's just going in for the 3 I deeply believe our staff has enough to do. Our public works are amazing. They do amazing works. It makes sense to leave the 48 in one contract. And as Mr. Chavez said, we are looking and exploring other options. But for now, I think the 48 together makes sense.
If that's a motion, I will second it.
It's a motion.
I see the concern and the recommendation of keeping everything together. Our public work staff is amazing. No one is taking away from that. Yes, they have a lot to do, but every day we make decisions here that amplify their workload and the level of responsibilities. And I would be inclined to support as stated because it would allow additional time to explore those opportunities. But I would like to see or ensure that in exploring the opportunities, it would also look at external service and not just Sunline.
Yeah, one of the items we're exploring is to perform the services in-house with our forces, but that would logistically, that would require more staff and additional vehicles. So we're taking all of that into consideration so we could really come up with a true cost of maintaining those shelters.
Perfect. That's it, right? We have a responsibility to our taxpayers. We are looking at increasing sales tax, and we have to scrutinize everywhere we can as a responsibility. Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other comments or questions? So we can take the roll call.
Vote.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi,
Yes.
Councilmember Truby,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Evan did it, he said. Okay, after item O, Item 13R, award contracts to multiple vendors for the purchase of library materials for fiscal year 2024 to 25.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Truby. I always say libraries were born green. We buy books and everyone shares them in the community and then brings them back when they're done. I also say that libraries are more than book warehouses. We are places where people collaborate, create, and come together. However, we do buy books. So that is what's before you. We have identified most every vendor that does book sales to libraries, and that is what we're looking for. But happy to answer any specific questions.
Member Truby?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think you and I talked this through a little bit at the opening today, or the sneak peek rather. But for the benefit of the public, this sort of stuck out to me. I think our total annual budget for the library is going to be 3.1.
Actually 2.6 to 2.8.
Got it. Okay, perfect. So this is above and beyond the normal operating budget. And it just stuck out as a rather large number. So is it a large number in the scope of things? Obviously, I'm a newbie to the library world. Is this a normal amount of money to spend on materials?
So it is in alignment with industry standards. But I will say that we got very little data from Riverside County as far as circulation. We got no data on ebook circulation or anything like that. So we did use an industry standard number to come up with the recommended book budget. However, we are not going to throw good money after bad. We will analyze usage. We will analyze what people are looking for. We will shift dollars from one type of book purchase, say from ebooks to print books, if those are more in demand. So we will be looking at it, and this could potentially be reduced in the future if there isn't the use for it.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. Obviously nobody has a crystal ball, but if you foresee this as an ongoing kind of dollar amount that we will be spending every year, but like you said, you have really no idea at this point, I suppose. Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Councilmember Truby, if I could add, that amount is included in the 24-25 budget.
Perfect. Well, there you go. Thank you so much.
Does this resolve your questions?
Yep.
Absolutely. Any other comments, or should we move to a vote?
I'll make a motion to
Yes.
approve as presented.
Second.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gary.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi,
Yes.
Councilmember Truby,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Seeing that we do have quite a hefty meeting, I believe we should continue with our 4 items, or actually 3 items left on the action calendar before we continue to public hearings. For the first action item, I don't know if I finished my thought. I meant to say we'll take a break after the action items. I know we'll be a little lengthy. So let me find myself here, action calendar. The public may comment on individual action items within the 3-minute time limit. Speakers may utilize one of the 3 options listed on the first page of the agenda. And it is my understanding that item 14A has been removed. Is that correct?
It was a previous 14A. This 14A on your revised agenda is accurate, which is the resolution to approve the management district plan and order the levy and collection of assessments within the President's Plaza 1 Property and Business Improvement District for fiscal year 2024-25.
Okay, so then we shall continue as stated. Let's see, do we have any public comments on that item? All I see here are comments for the public hearings.
Correct. No public comment, Madam Mayor.
Okay, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm Randy Chavez, Deputy Director of Public Works. With me is Julia Breyer. She's a management analyst in our Community Service Division. I wanted to introduce Julia. This is her first time giving a presentation to City Council. Also, Wilden Financial Services, our consultant, is here to answer any technical questions you may have. So with that, I'll turn it over to Julia.
Thank you, Mr. Chavez, for the fancy introduction. Julia Breyer, Management Analyst with Public Works. The item before you relates to the annual renewal process for the President's Plaza 1 property and Business Improvement District. This is the 3rd year of the 5-year period. Note that council will be recommended to take similar actions for 3 additional agenda items relating to these assessments for these districts. So there's some redundancy for this evening, 2 on action and 2 for public hearing. And staff and assessment district consultants are available for any questions.
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion or questions? Okay, let's move on to a vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi,
Yes.
Councilmember Truby,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 14B, resolution to approve the management district plan and order the levy of collection and of assessments within the President's Plaza 1 property and business improvement district for fiscal year 2024 and 25. Deja vu, Miss Julia.
Hi, me again. Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council members. The item before you relates to the annual renewal process for President's Plaza 3 Property and Business Improvement District. This is the final year of this 5-year period, and staff will be working with property owners and our consultants over the next year to consider renewing the district. And again, we're available for any questions you may have.
Any questions, concerns, or we can just motion to approve?
Move to approve.
I will second.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi,
Yes.
Councilmember Truby,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Moving on to item 14C, resolutions to approve the management district plan in order to levy and collection of assessments within President's Plaza 3 Property and Business Improvement District for year 2024 and 25.
I think we just did that.
No, I believe that was
No.
4B when I recognized her. She's back.
I think we're on 14C, which is the award contract to Wildan Engineering, Bio Vertaris, North America, and Interwest Consulting Group for on-call plan review and
I
inspection.
think I
support
do
services.
have the original agenda
Yeah.
and not the updated one. So thank you for that. So item 14C replaces 14D for those of you that may have a previous agenda. Please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Before you is a request to award contracts to 3 plan review and inspection firms. The current contract for on-call plan review and inspection services expire June 30th, and a crack team of staff members have reviewed 16 proposals and selected the top 3 to serve the development services for building and safety, code compliance, and any planning and administrative needs. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Yes.
And just for the benefit of everybody, on-call meaning doesn't get used, doesn't get spent, carries over to next year.
Doesn't carry over to next year, but a planned amount that we use to supplement services. For example, if we need a code enforcement officer, inspector, or if we need a specialized plan review, then we can call on these consultants to perform that instead of in-house staff.
Perfect.
Following up on that, if it's not to exceed, similar to the use it or lose it, does that mean you're going to find places to use it so you don't lose it? So that is
Yeah.
the amount where it says not to exceed, but you're going to get right under it?
Not at all. We enjoy plan review and inspection, so anything that we can keep in-house, we definitely do. Except for the hotels. We don't.
And
do
I would just
hotels.
add that what precipitated this contract is we have 1 retirement of a building inspector. We've also got significant training demands now on our staff in the permit center as well. So there's going to be a need to supplement staff throughout the year until as we are continuing to watch the workload and the economy and how that affects our building inspection department.
Thank you so much.
I would like to support that crack team recommendation with a motion.
I will second.
I think that before we continue to a vote, I greatly appreciate the extensive work that goes into all of that. And again, looking at a lot of these decisions through the scrutiny of a fiscal lens, I appreciate our city manager making sure to highlight that the approved amount or projected amount does accommodate for in-house work, that it's not all specifically going to be outsourced. So I thank you for that. Can we have a roll call vote if there are other comments?
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi,
Yes.
Councilmember Truby,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, and having concluded that item, we now have public hearings. I would like to take a 10-minute break, so please be back at 5:42 PM. Thank you.
Laser pointer. My pen has one.
I know. Never broke. I fixed it.
All right, welcome back, everyone. If you would be so kind as to take your seats. Please take your seats, everyone. We do have several items to get through. Before we begin our section of the public hearing, I would like to remind everyone that in order to respect the decorum of our council meetings, that there's not any excessive response. For example, in our meetings, as many others, we don't want everyone to clap or holler. If you have something to say, a comment card is the perfect way to do it instead of vocalizing your overwhelming support or opposition. Since the time of our break, do we have any additional public comments?
Typically, we would take the staff reports and the presentation from the appellant, and then we would take general public comment.
Perfect, yes. Just since I have a few here, I thought if we can have them in advance, so perfect. All right, we are moving to item Get my agenda open and be sure to read the full item out loud. Under public hearings, the public may comment on individual public hearing items within the 3-minute time limit. The applicant or appellant may be provided up to 5 minutes to make their presentation. Speakers may utilize one of the 3 options listed on the first page of the agenda. Item 15A, appeal the Building Board of Appeals determination of the chief building official's application of the 2022 California Residential Code, Section R 310.1, Emergency Escape and Rescue. Public hearing is now open.
Good. I think it's still afternoon. Mayor, City Council, Richard Canoni, Director of Development Services. Before Jason gets into sort of the technical aspects of the appeal hearing, wanted to just give a brief overview as to kind of how we got here. I know we were here last month, I should say, on the appeal of a decision that I had made regarding the living room. And so there were some things I couldn't get into because it was related to this item. We were hoping that this item was before the prior appeal. So just wanted to kind of give just a brief overview and hopefully clarify some of those items. So what the issue in front of us this evening, this is really about whether or not the building official applied the emergency egress requirement for a sleeping room per the California Building Code correctly for a short-term rental permit. This appeal is not about how something was advertised, what someone was told, they bought, what was shown on marketing materials, or any sort of targeted enforcement of an area or an individual by the city. It's clearly how we applied the California Building Code. And just to touch a little bit on the California Building Code, California Building Code, also known as Title 24, it's not mandated that municipalities adopt the code, but it is mandated that we enforce it. But if you do adopt it, I know it's a little strange how the law is written, but if you do adopt it, which I would say probably 99.9% of municipalities adopt it, it gives you the ability to enforce it. And so it's sort of the general practice to do that. We have adopted it by reference into our code, and it is, I believe, Title 15 of our Palm Desert Municipal Code of Ordinance. And so just kind of a little bit of the overview of what the California Building Code is and how it was created. It's really based off of the International Building Code, which is kind of a code that all states use for these minimum safety requirements. So the item in front of you today is not new to or specific to California, but really applies across the United States. And then as you kind of bring that down to state building codes, they get a little bit more specific and address certain characteristics to those states. California, obviously, seismic requirements to deal with earthquakes. The other example I would use is the state of Florida has wind load requirements as they deal with hurricanes. And then there's local amendments that are also allowed. And local amendments are allowed if it is a stricter enforcement of that minimum standard, or if it deals with a certain instance for that community. And the 2 examples I gave, one being Big Bear Lake, they have roof snow load requirements, which we obviously, especially on a day like today, maybe would welcome, but we do not have that requirement. But we do have an exemption for fences below 3.5 feet, and this was a zoning code consistency, so there's not a building code requirement for that. So those are just a little flavor of those items. Again, what happens when a new standard is adopted? The International Building Code is updated every 3 years. And obviously with those adoptions, there's a new set of standards. So generally when a new standard is adopted, those homes that are not in compliance are generally grandfathered in. A perfect example we threw up there was the fire sprinkler requirement. When that became a requirement in California, we didn't force anybody else that you had to sprinkle your homes. We don't go door to door. We don't actively seek out properties forcing compliance. When we do enforce compliance is if a building permit is applied for, that would trigger compliance. For things on the interior, if you're doing an interior remodel, then a lot of those code requirements would trigger that. Obviously, if you're replacing a roof, not doing anything to the interior, Some codes wouldn't, you would not have to update your home to meet that code. Same if you're changing out an AC, an AC condenser or a hot water heater. So just kind of put that in some context. So why is it being enforced, and the applicant seeking to use the property differently? And there are a number of standards that we adopted as part of the short-term rental permit regulations. Some of those were enforcing those that were not just mandated by the municipal code, but state law, which includes the building code. And part of that is determining occupancy. In order to determine the amount of occupancy in the short-term rental, we need to verify the number of bedrooms. And so a little bit of the history, we've gone through this before. There's one thing I did want to correct from the last hearing. In January of 2022, the owner obtained a short-term rental permit for a 3-bedroom unit. And what had happened at that point in time, staff was only verifying the ownership, that the ownership matched with the application. We did not verify that the bedroom unit mix was or count was correct. They went to renew their STR permit in January 2023. Prior to that, we had created some internal policies that we would be verifying all applications, not just short-term rentals, making sure that whatever codes that the city council had adopted were being followed. So this went from all types of permits, from STR, cannabis zoning, temporary use, all the way down to landscape and landscape inspections. And so it really ran the gamut. And that's where the issue arose. When the owner applied to renew, we confirmed through the county assessor, RealQuest and lawyer's title, all showed that this was a 2-bedroom unit. And then we also looked at building permit records just in case there were building permits filed that maybe did not reflect within the assessor's office. The owner did provide a correction. We had stated that based on the information we had received from the Riverside County assessor, that the owner had requested to update their bedroom count from 2 to 3. After that hearing, the appellant did provide me with her email exchange that's included as attachment 13 with the assessor. And really what you see here is the assessor changed it based upon her inquiry, but not by checking with the city and verifying records. But the assessor used online photos for verification instead of checking with the city of whether or not there were permit records on file. And even in their email response indicates that there were no new building permits, just a reference to a Plan 300 from the builder. And then again, showing that the assessor had this property listed as a 2-bedroom since 1979. And so this never was identified as a 3-bedroom in our records, never was identified as a 3-bedroom in the county assessor's records. But it does show you that they use the MLS listing online as well as a Zillow listing. And so one thing I will add as a result of this, Jason, our building official, is working on setting up a meeting with both the county building official as well as the assessor's office to address this and make sure that we can try to not have these issues come up, and that they really should be verifying what we have as a correct record that follows the building code. So just wanted to mention that. And with that, sorry, one more. One more item. And this can get a little confusing. I know it's on page 8 of the staff report. There's sort of 2 options and outcomes for this evening's item. If option 1, if City Council upholds the appeal, the appellant does have the option to appeal to the California Standards Building Commission. So they are the entity that sort of governs and controls over the state building code. And the CSBC will not hear an appeal until all local appeals are exhausted. If option 1 is the route, CSBC does not have to take it up. They can decide that they do not want to consider the appeal, and at that point it would be rejected. If they do decide to hear the appeal, They cannot override a municipality. What they can do is issue a letter of recommendation that we could then reconsider at that time. And so that's sort of option one. Option two gets a little bit more complicated. It's a little bit more detailed in the staff report. But for some reason, if option two was selected and council decides that the building official and the BBA erred in applying the building code, that does not automatically grant the ability for this person or the appellant to apply for, redo their permit for a 3-bedroom unit. That decision would require the city, after exhausting all local appeals, to file the appropriate appeal with CSBC because now we have a decision that would lessen the state building code. And so they would then decide whether or not to hear that appeal or reject the appeal. If the appeal is rejected, then we would not be able to move forward with it. If they decide that they will hear the appeal, and if for some reason they agree that the city erred and gives us the ability to allow for this condition, we would then have to come back and do a local amendment to our code. But again, that would be very difficult. It would be contrary to the state building code, where we cannot lessen a safety requirement. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there.
Yes, questions, please.
Thank you. And you can keep this slide up. I thought I had a great understanding of this because I did take the time to meet with staff on Monday to go over all this. So when I look at option one, it says CSBC cannot overrule the city. Will you elaborate what you mean by that? So the city before us, we are going to either choose to uphold our decision or not. So
correct.
When you say CSBC cannot overrule the city, what can they not overrule us on?
So if option one was the route and council upheld the appeal, if the appellant then filed an appeal with CSBC and CSBC decided to hear that appeal and ruled in favor of the appellant, that would not be, they cannot force the municipality. They cannot overrule the decision. What all they can do is issue a recommendation for them to come back to this body to reconsider the item based upon that recommendation.
Okay, and then based upon it, it's my understanding from our conversation, right now, the city leaves itself wide open because now we have constructive notice that there is a safety hazard. So the city's been notified that we have a hazard. And if we were to approve it, we open up the city to lawsuits if somebody is injured or there's a fire and somebody's, injured in this type of unit. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilmember Nastandi. Typically, no city can enforce on every code enforcement violation that exists throughout the city, but most cities to address that, implement a complaint-based system or a regulatory system where they could capture violations, and at that point, they do start pursuing enforcement. So that's the typical path to avoid liability.
Okay, but if they appeal to the CSBC and the case is heard and they rule in favor of the appellant, then we as a city could then approve it without liability.
We would ultimately need to, and maybe Ezra can correct me if I'm wrong, but we would need to process a local amendment at that point, I would think.
Right. So then the city would have an option based on the opinion of the commission to process an alternative standard for the city. So we would have a different standard.
And that would protect us from liability. But the appellant would have to bring the case before.
Right. It's at the appellant's discretion.
Okay, thank you.
So yes, please. I think while we're on this, there's so many facets to this. I think while we're at this station, we should make sure that all of these concerns at the step be addressed.
All right. Thanks for the presentation, Richard. Going back to the Title 24, which kind of struck me as unusual and ironic, but let's, if you don't mind, I'm just going to flesh that out. Page 3. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay, so California Building Code Title 24 is the standards by which all builders must build. So there really is no need, like, in other words, you say here, city doesn't have to adopt it. It would be redundant, right? There was no need for us to adopt those codes because builders have to adhere to them.
If where it benefits us is if we do adopt it, then we have the ability to enforce those codes.
We have to enforce them anyway, it says. It's mandated that the city must enforce them.
To carry out enforcement activities.
Whether or not we adopt them.
May I try? If we don't adopt them, we don't have the methods of enforcement available to us.
Okay. It says no mandate to adopt, but it is mandated that the city must enforce them. And it almost, to me, that reads, regardless of whether or not we adopt them, we have to enforce them.
Yeah, it makes sense that we still have to adopt them no matter whether we come back and make a modification. It's still up to us. But I think that the issue of a liability is extremely crucial. And as mentioned, if we've already stated we know that this is a concern, we can't walk back something that is a safety concern, especially in terms of a fire or emergency evacuation.
And just one more question on that same point, if I might.
Honorable Mayor Council, Jason Finley, Chief Building Official. The implication that the California Standard Building Commission has is that it doesn't force a city to adopt them so that you may, for like example, the city of Los Angeles or the county of Los Angeles may adopt their very own building code standards for that city or county. But it defaults, if you do nothing, it defaults and you automatically are under the California Model Codes, which is Title 24. It's similar to like if you didn't have a police force, the California Highway Patrol would be your default police force, whether or not you picked them or not. The state has those checks and balances so that the city has to do something, and if they choose not to, well, then you're mandated to enforce these standards.
So this allows us to enforce local control.
Right.
Essentially.
It gives you the apple for local control, for amendments, how you want to see fit the building standards. But if a city does nothing, the commission says that you automatically are under the authority of the model code system.
And Richard might have covered this, so forgive me, but we did adopt them. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, we did adopt.
Okay, cool. Great, that's all I need. Thanks.
Yes, every 3 years, we adopt a new model code series. They update them with different types of things that are new in construction and industry. So every 3 years, the California Commission provides an updated version and we come before you and adopt them.
Perfect. Thank you.
I haven't seen, I keep forgetting that Mayor Pro Tem Harnick is participating remotely. Do you have any questions or comments in case I forget to or don't see your hand?
Thank you. That's very thoughtful. I believe that this has been so well represented in this report. It's pretty easy to understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, could I see slide 5?
Good luck to us all.
Okay, so, and I'm doing this partly just to have it on the record and also for, because we've received a lot of letters from residents, and they bring up that the Plan 200 in Monterey Country Club, based upon, quote, the guidelines, that the Plan 200 that has a primary or master bedroom, whatever you want to call it, and that based on today's standard, that room, that master bedroom would not be counted as a bedroom, correct? But what you're saying here is that it's based upon your research that the Plan 200, for whatever reason, was permitted. But if anyone who owns this model in Monterey Country Club would want to do any kind of remodel or came to the city, that would trigger them not being allowed to do anything. Because,
Yes,
I mean, they could, but then it would cause that home to become a 1-bedroom only.
Yes, ma'am, and I'm going to cover that in
Yeah,
my
and-
presentation.
Okay, perfect. Because we received so many letters with people saying that we've opened up a can of worms on
Absolutely.
bedroom count.
It's important to be thorough. It's important to be thorough. We've received a lot of comments. We know that we are at the position where we could make a change that will, have a lasting impact. Do we have any other questions before Mr. Finley proceeds? Okay, please continue.
Just one second here. I have my ta-da. All right, I'll be discussing the analysis and application of the building code for the next part of the presentation. One of the main challenges faced by any building and safety division is ensuring compliance with newer building codes when remodeling existing residences and tenant spaces, or when there's a change in property use, such as the short-term rental program. Many factors must be researched when applying today's codes to something approved in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Is this a non-conforming use? What was the previous approvals? What were the building code requirements at the time? Are there any characteristics of the building now that are posing a significant life and safety issue? This level of review is applied when a construction permit project comes into the city, whether it's commercial or residential, and that's for review and permitting. We'll check our previous permittals and records. An application is submitted to change a property use, such as the short-term rental or even the business license program if we're talking commercially. We receive a citizen's complaint. And then during a scheduled inspection, if an inspector observes a significant life and safety issue, we're going to bring that attention to the property owner and correct that. The Building and Safety Division does not subjectively conduct inspections of private property based upon real estate sales brochures, and we do not monitor real estate websites for accuracy of building plans. To ensure properties are being used appropriately and permittedly, it's recommended to consult a licensed design professional, a contractor, a home inspection service. It's also wise to check with city permitting records, as the county records may not reflect the legal code compliant bedrooms that you have at a residence. The following code analysis was presented to the Building Board of Appeals. It was unanimously agreed that this room could not be used as a bedroom. Originally permitted January 28th, 1978. You can see the permit card to the right. This building classified as a residence in the group R3 M1 occupancy under the previous uniform building codes. Today's equivalent of a group R3 occupancy is under the California Residential Code. The 1973 and the 1976 uniform building codes and the 2022 residential and building codes all identify the same language when it comes to emergency, escape, and rescue. Since its adoption in 2008 by the California Building and Standards Commission, Building and Safety has utilized the California Residential Code as its primary use for permitting and plan review. R3 occupancies today are single-family homes, duplexes, and townhomes. 239 Serena Drive is a Plan 300, which identifies an open-air atrium and a den. As before, built under the uniform building codes, the room within the interior of the residence is labeled as a den in the original plans, which is displayed on the right. The open-air atrium serves as natural light and ventilation requirements, which is a codifiable requirement, but it as for a den, but does not provide egress to an exterior public way, which means that a bedroom, it cannot be. It can be a den, an office, a gym, a studio, a media room, a film room, but it can't be a bedroom. This shows the isolation of the atrium to the exterior of the building. On the right side is an overhead of 239 Serena. The black square that you see is the open air atrium that's existing. And then the upper left is the original plans that show 239. Highlighted is the den and atrium. What is superimposed for flare is the adjacent It says, yes, it's an adjacent condo. It's not a representative of 237 Serena, but it's just to show you that the atrium and the den are building locked. Jumping back to 73 and 1976, the Uniform Building Code addressed emergency escape in 2 chapters. The first chapter was chapter 14, which said every sleeping room below the 4th story shall have at least one operable window or exterior door approved for emergency egress and rescue. Within that chapter, it says to go to chapter 33, and chapter 33 talks about an exit, which is a continuous and unobstructed means of egress to the public way. August 29th, 1979, the city's Building and Safety Division logged in a technical opinion from the International Conference of Building Officials, ICBO, which was the governing authority of codes at the time. And this was on emergency egress from the atrium, and they put it in the tracked file. Identified is where they address atriums specifically, and it says that the intent of the code is that windows required in sections 1304 and 1404 be available so that rescue can be effected from the exterior, so somebody can come and rescue you. Or in the alternative, one may escape from that window to the exterior of the building. And it's important to note, it says the building without having to travel through the building itself. If these emergency windows open onto an interior court or so-called atrium, that they do not meet the intent of the code. In the track file is a letter from the Sunrise Company, the original developer. And on September 25, 1981, there was a discussion between the city. I'm going to make it my best guess at looking at the letter that it was some sort of plan review comment. It could have been something else, but they specifically addressed this letter to the city. And I know it's hard to identify, but that little blurb there says the den is not intended to be used for sleeping purposes. Similar rooms in our Monterey Country Club complex are furnished and showed as dens. We're familiar with the provisions of 17922 of the Health and Safety Code, Section 1204, and we have absolutely no intent to violate these sections. That brings us to today's 2022 California Residential Code, in which we applied this test. The code doesn't specifically define a bedroom, but it tells us that a house that you're going to live in is going to need a habitable space. So a habitable space is defined in the code is something for living, sleeping, eating, and cooking. Those are the rooms that are considered habitable space. And it says on the number 2 that if every sleeping room, so if you have a room that you're choosing to use as a bedroom, every sleeping room shall not have less than one operable emergency escape and rescue opening. And then it says that those emergency and escape rescue openings shall directly open to a public way. And the definition of a public way in number 3 is any street, alley, parcel of land open to the outside air leading to a public street. And that's important to note. The otherwise permanently appropriated to the public for public use. Well, in our gated communities, you're going to see that as common area, which is usually an unbuildable deed, or you're going to see that as a golf course. All those avenues lead you directly to a public street, which would be the streets inside the development. Dun, dun. Again, this overhead and the plans are here to show and demonstrate the lack of egress to the public way. On the left is an overview. The black square is the atrium. And on the right, kind of superimposed, that's what the original plans intended. It intended a den. Again, these arrows are on there to show you that the atrium is landlocked. 239 Serena is on the left, and 237, its closest neighbor, on the right. And looking at that atrium, there is no way except exiting through the building that meets the emergency egress requirements of the code of that time and today. Now, a large contention within Monterey Country Club have used this flyer, the sales and marketing flyer, as a number count for their legitimate bedrooms. This sales brochure is an unknown origin of author, excuse me. identifies a Plan 300 with 3 bedrooms and 2 bath, and it labels the room as an atrium, at the atrium as bedroom number 2. And obviously, looking at the plans that we've seen throughout the presentation, that is originally permitted as a den, 2-bedroom plus den, and an open air atrium. This is a picture that I captured from a public website, Redfin, and this shows an interior shot of the atrium. As you can see, if somebody were to exit into the atrium from the bedroom, that they could not go directly outside, they would be walking through the house. And it's important, if you noted in the staff report, that the really litmus test is between a bedroom and a regular habitable space, and why can't I walk out my front door, if there's an emergency versus I'm laying in bed asleep. And there's a lot of commentary in which I provided you a snippet in this staff report, is that a sleeping person has a different response time than somebody who's wide awake. And that response time is diminished depending on how far you're away from an exit. If you were going to go through the house, how bad is the emergency? You might not have, if you were sleeping in the den and God forbid something happened to the structure, there's very little way to figure out if you can be rescued if you're in these interior rooms. So to summarize the 2022 residential code, the first part is we have a habitable space. 2, we have a sleeping room, and that sleeping room does have an emergency rescue opening, but it doesn't directly go to the public way. And the public way is a street, alley that is deeded and dedicated or otherwise permanently appropriated. So to summarize, the 2022 California Residential Code, Section R310.1, was applied correctly. The room approved as the den in the original floor plan cannot be counted as a bedroom, as it neither meets the current code or the previous code. And at 3, the property at 239 Serena Drive cannot use that room labeled as a den for sleeping. It lacks the code compliant egress, and the residence should continue to be a 2-bedroom with a den as demonstrated in the original plans. So Plan 200. Thankfully for our crack team, I'm going to use that term twice in a meeting at the city clerk's office, which apparently they can find anything, is that we previously looked for this information, but Gloria Sanchez, I'm calling her out, she found it and she got it both through the appellant and I. And we were wondering that Plan 200 is the only permitted plan that allows egress from the what we would call den. They label that as a bedroom. You can go out the atrium, up a ladder, and onto the roof. I'm not sure I agree with that today. That is without any testing of a roof, but at this time in 1980, during a plan check correction, the company National Mortgage approached the building boards of appeal, the city's building boards of appeal, and they talked about allowing access to this. And it was the same test as we do now. The building board of appeals was 5 individuals. 4 of them were licensed design professionals, or 3 of them licensed design professionals, 1 contractor, 1 person at large. As you can see, the atrium, that's the original plan on the right, and it's labeled a bedroom. Plan 200 is the only floor plan approved by the city with the attached atrium. The Building Board of Appeals approved the use of a ladder in the atrium, but only for 51 units. And the Building Board of Appeals stated as a one-time use. I'm going to move this because I wanted to show this. On the right are the actual minutes from the city's archive records, and a special presentation by Phil Smith and John Blasingame. I apologize for butchering your name, sir. Sunrise Corporation, an alternative method to meet the requirements of 1404 of the Uniform Building Code, but for Plan 200. As highlighted.
If I can interrupt for a quick second.
Sure.
So slide 19 identifies the builder saying it's a den. We know it's a den. We know it's not a bathroom and not a bedroom, and have no plans to violate the code. And then slide 23 shows the documents, or there's a stamp that says it's the Sunrise Company, but that one says it's Plan 300. And the item we are contending is regarding a Plan 200. So we're talking apples and oranges.
No, we're talking about Plan 300, but
Okay.
there's going to be a lot of presentation. You're going to hear a lot of feedback that I have a Plan 200 and I have a legal bedroom. And we just want to assure that the city records do show that. And that would be a non-conforming use. If that structure was altered, we would apply today's standards. And unfortunately, that would no longer be a bedroom.
Because we have, again, a plethora of documents that were
You
included
do.
last time as well. And we want to be sure to highlight that we
Right.
are looking at a 200 versus a 300. Not
Right.
everything submitted is the same
Yes.
document and format.
Yes, this presentation's for Plan 300, 239 Serena Drive. This is additional information that was gathered this week that because of the appellant did a public records request, the amazing city clerk's office found this information. We want to share it to you because at one point, we have people going, are you going to alter anything of my property record? The answer is we are not going to police those types of records. We're going to address these situations when you voluntarily submit for application of a program or you want a building permit to alter your residence in some way or manner.
So can I piggyback on the mayor?
Yes.
So just
Yes,
to
ma'am.
clarify for everybody,
Yes,
the appellant has the Plan 300 and we're bringing up the Plan 200 because people are rightly so saying, well, the standard here is just like, that there's no egress. You really, in today's standard, you don't count a ladder going up to the roof as egress. So to confirm, if anyone who owns a Plan 200 wants to make a modification, then their home would then be subject to becoming a one-bedroom. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
correct?
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
want to make that clear.
yes, ma'am. On the end of the Building Board of Appeals, let me get back to that slide. As we journey through the slides, it says on there, the board stipulated. There we go. The board stipulated that this would not be construed as a precedent and that in the future, construction must meet the code requirements of 1404, which is now section R310.1. So at the time, the building board was very specific. 51 units is what you get. Unfortunately, we couldn't hear the argument of why, because it was a 4-to-1 decision. But they gave 51 units the ability to do that. They gave no other plan, Plan 300 and the other 2 floor plans. They did not offer this. You can speculate, but there's no information on why this one specific plan.
That's wild. I mean, if you think of the fact that you could have, as we've mentioned in a lot of these elements, people that have mobility limitations, how are you going to carry children or an elderly relative up a ladder in a fire or an earthquake to climb over rubble? I mean, that's very unique, and I've
Yeah.
never heard of anything.
I would
along
never
those
want
lines.
to, I would never want to undermine my predecessors on their decision-making, but I would have too not agreed with this at the time. It doesn't, although the ladder is a good idea, it seems to end there when it talks about life, health, and safety. Once you get onto a burning roof, then what? The roof's not protected or designed for that. It's
Yeah.
not a walking surface to a public way. There's no required ladder on the outside to get a person down so they could self-rescue. So that's as much information as we have on the Plan 200. I just wanted to bring it up. Councilmember Nastandi brought it up. I'm sure that you're going to hear more about that. I just want to put that to rest that there's really one, but its time is limited unless you never touch it.
Yes. Thank you for that clarification on the lack of access to the way down, any additional. It's not like a fire escape that we see in a lot of multi-level developments in urban areas.
Yeah.
There's nothing comparable here.
So the recommendation is to find the staff report, including the attachments, presentation, and any evidence that was satisfactory in the determination of the chief building official, and that you adopt the resolution to the city council upholding the building boards of appeals determination that that was the correct application of the code section. So that concludes my presentation. If you have any more questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Do we have any additional clarifying questions, Mayor Pro Tem? At this time, we will move along to public comment on item 15A. Do we have anyone online?
Madam Mayor, I believe it would now be the applicant's presentation.
Oh, perfect. I
And-
see my notes here that it's the clarifying questions to ask the members, followed by public comment on speaker cards. That's what I
I'm sorry.
have from your cheat sheet.
But yes, we should take the appellant's presentation and then general public comment.
Perfect. Thank you. Would the appellant step forward, please?
Good afternoon. My name's Carrie Cropful, and I'm an Airbnb superhost and owner of Lifestyle Rental Properties. And I'd like to thank the city for the opportunity today to be here and speak. And I'd also like to thank the community of people that are joining us, and hopefully will be speaking as well. If you want to learn more about our next steps, you can visit our website, palmdesertfraud.com. And I have a couple questions before I start on what was just discussed, if that's really quick. So you had mentioned if I appeal, you can do an amendment. So can you do an amendment without me appealing?
At this time, is it just a presentation? And then afterwards,
Correct.
we will take questions?
Correct.
Please continue with
Okay.
just your presentation.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack today, and I'll do my best to keep things concise. Before I start, I want to acknowledge that the issue that we're facing today was caused allegedly from something that happened 40 plus years ago. And I know everyone here at the city is inheriting this problem. This is something that was caused by your predecessors, and I do not envy you. I know that you're in a tight spot and this is a difficult decision. And I know it's election year too, so I know this decision is weighing heavily on several of the council members. The bottom line is, if city council upholds the building department's interpretation of bedroom versus non-sleeping den without grandfathering in the existing homeowners, I don't know if we can do an amendment, we'll talk about that later, but it will basically be a regulatory taking of bedrooms across Palm Desert. And all bedrooms attached to atriums that lack egress will be turned into non-sleeping dens. This is something that will affect all homeowners, all taxpayers. With bedrooms attached to atriums that lack egress, this is not just an STR owner issue. Thousands of dwellings in Palm Desert have floor plans like this. It was a very popular floor plan in the late 70s, early 80s, these atriums. And from my research, it looks like it will affect Monterey Country Club, the Lakes, Chaparral, Hidden Palms, and that's just to name a few. Here's a picture of the room we're talking about. That's the room with the atrium in my home. So how is this regulatory taking of bedrooms? How is this going to affect homeowners? Well, first of all, they're going to lose property value. Having a legal bedroom adds 20 to 30% to a home's value. Owners have overpaid for their home. They've overpaid property taxes since their purchase date. They won't be able to sell their property with the same bedroom count purchased, and values will drop. If an owner needs to refi, if they need to do a reverse mortgage, they will not be able to pull out the amount of cash they had hoped for because their property value is decreased. Owners who intentionally purchase, like myself, as a short-term rental, we won't be able to use our property as intended. And we'll lose 30 to 50% of our rental income. I know having an STR license is a privilege, and the community of STR owners are grateful for this privilege, and I don't want to ruin that privilege. I'm hoping to shine a light today on STR owners as well, to make people realize we're not some rogue group that's out terrorizing communities across America. Because
if I may interject one quick question, I do not see a timer, Mr.
Correct.
Clerk. We just want to be sure that we do stay on schedule.
Madam Mayor, the 5-minute time limit is pertaining to regular public hearings. Our code doesn't have a time limit for appeal hearings. So that's what the code amendment on today's agenda was for.
Okay, Perfect. Just making sure that we are following the established norm that people are expecting us from what we've had in other ones. Thank you, please.
Yeah,
All right, the
no problem, no problem. You know, STR owners seem to get a bad rap. People do all this press about how we're terrorizing neighborhoods, and that is just not the case. We are a blessing to communities. We drive a lot of local business, a lot of traffic to local businesses. We advertise where our favorite restaurants are, our favorite boutiques, local attractions, unlike hotels' business models. Hotels' business models are all about keeping the people there on their property, at their bars, at their restaurants, at their boutiques. We're a blessing to the city. We pay 12% in TOT taxes. Each year, we're a blessing to the community. We pay a top-tier golf membership at Monterey Country Club, and we drive paying customers to the golf course. We're a blessing to our guests. We provide affordable accommodations for families and friends so they can connect with their tribe. And STR owners are blessed as well. Having this STR has allowed me to stay home, raise a family while working. It's allowed me to care for my parents in their time of need, both of who passed last year 6 weeks apart. And if I had not had this STR, I would not have been there to care for their needs. It's also allowed us the opportunity to someday retire. This is our investment. We had planned on retiring actually here to Palm Desert. We love it here. That was our plan. And if the city takes away one of our bedrooms, our revenue drops 30 to 50%. Our retirement goals go right out the window. If the city council upholds the building department's interpretation of bedroom versus non-sleeping den without grandfathering in us, like I said, we won't be able to retire and move here as planned. So just again, here are the points on regulatory taking of bedrooms and how it's going to affect homeowners. You know, I'm here today also to advocate for the victims that are innocent. People that have made investments that are doing nothing wrong. They're just trying to run an honest business and create a living for their family and bring in revenue. As I said, this decision will affect several communities like the Lakes, Chaparral, Hidden Palms, and more. However, today I'm going to focus on Monterey Country Club. That's where our property is. That's what I've been researching. Monterey Country Club was built. Here we go. Monterey Country Club was built by the Sunrise Company. It was built in 1978 through 1982. There were 1,206 units built. Of those 1,206 units, 1,000 of them approximately were built with atriums. So 83% of the condos in the complex were built with these atriums, approximately. And based on evidence, communication, and interviews that I've had with the city, with the County of Riverside, with Sunrise Company, Monterey HOA, the on-site sales and leasing office, original buyers, previous employees of Sunrise, and others, I put together a theory, a hypothesis on what allegedly has led us to this moment in time. And I'm going to walk you through my theory, and then I'm going to provide evidence to support this theory. So 40 plus years ago, when the Sunrise Company built Monterey Country Club, the Palm Desert Building Department approved plans for certain models, like Mr. Finley was discussing, that you have the 200 model that was approved as a bedroom, but the rest were not. They were approved as dens. And Sunrise knew these rooms were approved by the city as non-sleeping dens. Sunrise recorded these properties at Riverside County to match the city-approved plans. Allegedly, Sunrise then marketed, advertised, and sold the room in question to the public as a bedroom, even though they knew it wasn't. Sunrise allegedly sold this room as a bedroom because a bedroom is more valuable than a den. As I said before, a bedroom adds 20 to 30% value to a home. It all comes down to money. It always does. When Sunrise finished selling these newly built homes, they opened the Sunrise Resale Division at Monterey Country Club. The Sunrise Resale Division then allegedly resold these same properties, advertising the room attached to the atrium as a bedroom. It was allegedly a classic bait and switch. And buyers did not know they were defrauded. Allegedly, buyers were given the option to have the room built as a bedroom by adding a closet or a den, no closet. Buyers who purchased the room as a bedroom, they resold the property the way they bought it with the same bedroom count purchased. This buying and reselling of these properties has continued like this for decades. The city allegedly knew this fraud was taking place, and they chose to stay silent. Sunrise Resale Division was sold to the Fogarty family in the mid-'80s, and although it's changed hands from mother to son, the Fogarty family still owns Monterey Country Club on-site sales and leasing office. Monterey HOA and the on-site sales and leasing office have floor plans that have the Sunrise Resale Division logo on them. These floor plans indicate the room in question as a bedroom. These two entities have been passing out these floor plans to owners and potential buyers for decades. Allegedly, both of these entities had no idea this was not a bedroom. As of today, this moment, today, the on-site sales and leasing office continues to sell and lease these homes as bedrooms. And the city has continued to stay silent about this. The HOA and the on-site sales and leasing office, they set the tone for how these properties are marketed and sold throughout the community. Everyone who's going to buy, they go into the HOA, get a floor plan, they go into the on-site sales and leasing office, talk to the people there, even if they're not selling them the property. They're picking up floor plans, getting information about the community, the sales, how properties are leased out. The city allegedly has been aware of this fraud for quite some time. However, again, they've remained silent, they've turned a blind eye, and they've allowed buyers to be defrauded for decades. And even with all this going on, this has been going on since January with me, but I have someone else here. It started in August of 23. So this has been going on for a while. And the city's done nothing to stop these properties from being sold as bedrooms. If you go even today on Zillow, Redfin, they're being sold as bedrooms. Allegedly in 2023, someone figured out a tactic to regulate and limit STR licenses. Someone realized that the room attached to the atrium was never approved to be a bedroom. Even though the city had stayed silent for decades, someone made the decision to start enforcing the bedroom versus non-sleeping den, this code, so that they could reduce the bedroom counts on STR licenses and therefore reduce occupancy levels. I'm forgetting to flip my, no, I haven't. Okay, so I'm going to provide evidence that backs up my theory, my hypothesis. And I'm going to break things down into 3 categories. Those 3 categories are fraud, gross negligence, and discrimination. So first, we're going to start with fraud, and I'd like to give you a definition of fraud. Fraud is wrongful or criminal deception intended to result in financial or personal gain. Sunrise Company was and still is a major builder here in the Coachella Valley. They've built Sunrise Country Club, Rancho Las Palmas, Monterey Country Club, the Lakes, Palm Valley Country Club, PGA West, and many, many more projects. The city gave me access to review the approved plans for the project, and based on what the city's shown me, the room attached to the atrium was approved as a non-sleeping den. The city also provided me this letter dated 1981 that states that Sunrise was not advertising selling the room as a bedroom. They were advertising and selling it to the public as a non-sleeping den. And I'm going to read exactly what he says. I've highlighted it, but I know it's really fuzzy and hard to read. The first highlighted line, it says, "This room is clearly identified as a den on all plans. The den is not intended to be used for sleeping purposes. All of our brochures and advertising materials describe the room as a den. However, all of the advertising, floor plans, et cetera, that have been given to me by the HOA on-site sales and leasing office and original buyers, they all show the room in question as a bedroom. In fact, I cannot find a floor plan that does not call this room a bedroom. Can't find it. Doesn't exist as far as I know. Following, these are the floor plans that were given to me from an original owner that's in this brochure. So I want to point out, this came in a really beautiful brochure. It's embossed. It's one of the original brochures that supposedly was never advertised, right? I mean, someone spent a lot of money on this. I'm sure there thousands were produced because these are expensive to produce. Full color, pages and pages, all about Monterey Country Club. I find it weird. I mean, is someone else doing this? Has someone else created this item? I don't know. And in the back here, I'm only showing you one set of floor plans, but there are actually, I mean, there are 5 sets and they're printed on the back, color print. Someone went to a lot of trouble to produce these. They all say bedroom for the atrium room. But I'm going to focus on the one that's specifically up there right now. And I've highlighted it so it's easy to, because it's kind of hard to look at and understand. So if you look at the pink line indicates a shared common wall. The blue highlighted area, those are all atriums. So these are 4, this is one building, building 5, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 condos within this building. There are 4 shared walls, and 4 out of the 5 condos have atriums with rooms attached. And if we'll start over from the far left, which is the La Palma plan, Plan 30, atrium bedroom number 3. The one next to it, to the right, Alhambra plan, 300, atrium bedroom number 2. Alhambra plan again, to the next right, atrium bedroom 2. The next one does not have the atrium issue. And then you go to the last one on the right, La Palma plan 30, atrium bedroom 3. And then if you go down below, you can see I've highlighted some writing. Under the La Palma plan, there's a full written description and it says 3 large bedrooms. Under the Alhambra plan the Alhambra plan to the right, it says the secondary bedrooms are well proportioned, one having a view of the atrium and the other looking out to the courtyard. According to the original owners that I've interviewed, allegedly, buyers were given a choice how they wanted the room. They could have it as a bedroom with a closet, or they could have it as a den, no closet, allegedly. In addition to selling these units, Sunrise also owned the on-site resale division for several years and resold these properties. Allegedly, these are the Sunrise resale division's floor plans. I have floor plans like this for all models, but I'm focused on mine. They all have the same thing: bedroom, atrium, Sunrise logo. You'll notice this is in the far right-hand corner. So I emailed, Philip Smith, he wrote that letter in 1981 from Sunrise Company. He was the president. Well, he's still the president today. So I thought, maybe I'd email him and ask him for help and to get some clarification. And this was his response to me. And again, I'm gonna go ahead and read the highlighted areas. The letter correctly, he's referring to the 1981 letter. The letter correctly reflects my recollection of the city's building code requirements at the time. All sleeping rooms, bedrooms were required to provide direct access via a window or door to the outside. Access to the atrium did not provide did not qualify since it was an enclosed space on 4 sides, even though open to the sky. And then we're going to go down to the paragraph below. It says, I have no idea who placed our Sunrise logo on the floor plan you sent me. We did not. The marketing materials we used at the time would have shown the room adjacent to the atrium as a den and not a bedroom. So, the HOA and on-site sales and leasing office are the ones passing out these floor plans, and they seem like really great people. I don't know what they'd have to gain by putting a Sunrise logo on those floor plans. But, Phil's saying they aren't his. I don't know who created this brochure. On the back of the brochure, it says a development of Sunrise Company. And when you read it, it's sunrise, sunrise, sunrise. In fact, this is one of my favorite lines in the brochure. Although Sunrise Company could rest on their laurels at having designed and built the most popular and sought-after fairway condominiums in the desert in the past, such is not the case. So someone went to a great deal of trouble to make these. Your guess is as good as mine here. So I'm going to move on to the next section, which is gross negligence. So again, let's define gross negligence. Gross negligence is thoughtless disregard for the consequences and the failure to use even slight care to avoid harming the life or property of another. The other issue that has perpetuated this problem is the city's silence. And like I said, I know you've inherited this. This has been going on for a long time. The city has admitted to knowing about this false advertising of rooms. Here is an email from Lorena Ritchie, and I'm going to go ahead and read the highlighted areas to you here. Monterey Country Club has had a marketing and real estate history that conflicts with the California Building Code's minimum requirements for these rooms adjacent to the atriums. Occasionally, we've received old marketing advertisements that labeled these rooms as bedrooms. Our archived building records from when Monterey Country Club was first constructed consistently labeled these rooms as den. So the Monterey Country Club and on-site sales and leasing office, they've been passing out these floor plans, these alleged Sunrise resale division floor plans forever. And these two entities, like I've said before, they set the tone. They set the tone for how these properties are marketed and sold throughout the community. And the city has done nothing to stop it. Here's another email. This one's with Mr. Finley. And I was asking, why hasn't anyone, what's being done about this? Why hasn't anyone stopped this? And this was his explanation. Our communications are through our plan review process, through the architects and designers. There is no formal documentation given or issued to HOA or real estate professionals doing business at Monterey Country Club. And referring to the 10+ years of dealing with this as supervising plan review, I require these rooms to be relabeled as my predecessors did as well. So they're focused on, so basically someone's only going to know if they've been defrauded, if they've come to the city to renovate, then they're told, oh, you don't have a bedroom, that's a den. And that's how the city's been dealing with it, and that's how they've been dealing it for decades. Jason has said that he learned this from his predecessors. This has been passed along. This is how you deal with this issue. So basically, when I asked the city why stay silent, they said it's not their job. The city does not regulate advertisements on private transactions. That's what I was told. And again, if you go right now to Redfin and Zillow, these rooms are advertised and sold as bedrooms. The city still remains silent. In this last year, since this whole debacle started, 45 properties within Monterey Country Club have been sold. And like I said before, about 83% of the properties in Monterey Country Club are built with atriums. So that means out of these 45 people, we can estimate that 37 families have been defrauded just in this last year. And if the city would have just done one thing, the HOA and on-site sales and leasing office are 1 mile away. They could make one stop, tell them what's going on, send one cease and desist letter, the fraud would stop. But they haven't. And the city's confirmed they haven't told the on-site sales and leasing office and HOA, and the HOA and on-site leasing office has said, we never knew these were not bedrooms. Since the city was not willing to do anything, I went to the on-site sales and leasing office and told them what was going on. And they told me that they will continue to market, sell, and lease these as bedrooms until they are told otherwise. So realtors need to be really concerned here. I've interviewed several different attorneys because, you know, we've been defrauded. We can't use our bedroom now. We can't sleep 6 people. We can now sleep 4 people. Our occupancy level's been dropped. And every single attorney has told me, sue the seller and seller's agent. You can sue for false advertising and negligence. You have a statute of limitations for false advertising for 4 years and a statute of limitations for negligence for 2 years. There's a caveat though. California also has a law, it's called delayed discovery. And so the statute of limitations clock does not start ticking until that discovery has been made. So that discovery has just been made. It's been made public. That means buyers 5, 10, 15 years ago and further, they could quite possibly sue sellers and sellers' agents for this. The city remains silent, and this is grossly negligent. So now we're going to move on to the next slide, which is discrimination. Discrimination, the definition is treating some people differently from others, treating a person or particular group of people differently, especially in a worse way than the way in which you would treat other people. You know, the city has stated that property owners at Monterey Country Club who reside, who long-term lease, who seasonally lease these properties, they aren't going to be forcing the code. They're not going to be knocking on doors. You can use your property however you want. Don't worry. That's what they've been telling people. The city is saying that they will only enforce this code, this use of property, only on STR owners. STR owners, we're being targeted, we're being discriminated against, and we're not being allowed equal use rights of our property. That's discrimination. And the reason we're feeling targeted is in 2023, I don't know how it happened, if it was the HOA or the city, but our licenses were tried to be removed. We were targeted. We were told we would not be renewed licenses. That was 2023. We had to hire an attorney. We got that stopped, and everyone did receive their licenses. Now, fast forward a year later, oh, you don't have a 3-bedroom, you have a 2-bedroom. You can't sleep 6, you can sleep 4. So we are feeling targeted. We are feeling this is a directly targeted at us, and we don't understand why. We've done nothing wrong. We bought in an area that allowed STRs. We went to the city before we purchased. We made sure we would be awarded an STR before we purchased. We're just trying to run an honest business here and provide for our families. And we don't understand why we are continually targeted. The city's reasoning is that this is it's a safety concern. This is a safety concern. It's a code issue. There are 1,206 units at Monterey Country Club. 1,000 of these have atriums. Based on my count, the city gave me a list of all STR licenses, so I had to go and eyeball it because there is no way to sort it. But based on my count, out of these 1,206 units, only 129 of them are STRs. That's 10% of the community. So how is 10% of the community, 129 units, how are they the fire issue? How are they the safety issue? What about the other 90% of people living there? So you're telling me that only visitors of those 129 units, they're the ones that are the problem, when there are 1,000 more units that have the same issue. It doesn't make sense. I think the city should be concerned about the safety of these people as well. Furthermore, and we got into this, or Jason addressed this, the city has approved the master bedroom in this 2-bedroom Sebastian model, a room attached to the atrium that lacks egress for whatever reason. This is the only model with a room attached to the atrium that lacks egress that was approved 40+ years ago to be a bedroom. And so now I just found out it's the latter, apparently. So, but it makes no sense. I point blank asked the city, is this master bedroom a non-sleeping den or is it a bedroom? I just got the answer tonight. They just kind of explained that. I have asked the city, okay, so if an STR with this model applies, if an owner applies for an STR license with this model, do they get a 2-bedroom that sleeps 4 people? Or do they get a 1-bedroom that sleeps 2 people? Couldn't get an answer. I still didn't get that answer. So here is the Sebastian floor plan. And again, the highlighted pink area is the common wall. The yellow area, the atrium, the blue area, the bedroom. It's basically exactly like my unit, the Alhambra unit. It's the same layout. It's laid out the same way, except that it has a master bedroom. And here are photos. So this is the Sebastian. This is the Sebastian unit looking at, this is not my unit. This is the 2-bedroom unit. That's the dining room looking into the atrium. There's the bedroom looking into the atrium. And then this is a different view of the bedroom. You can see that's actually a mirror reflecting the atrium, the hallway outside, and then into the master bath. This is my unit. Same thing, dining room, atrium, bedroom, atrium, closet. They're the same thing. So it doesn't make any, there's no common sense involved in this. And the other question I have, with these approvals, which we'll get to, I guess, at the end, are these 51 ladders that were approved? How many Sebastian models exist? Are there more than 51? And it only applies to 51 particular Sebastian models? That's a question I have too. I asked the city to come out and physically inspect my home and the Sebastian model to compare, and they refused. And this was actually the answer that I got when I was asking these questions. And it says, thank you for reaching out to us. We appreciate your interest in understanding how certain hypothetical scenarios might be handled by the city. However, it's important to note that our focus is on addressing real-world situations and providing practical solutions with the scope of our policies and regulations. While we strive to assist our residents to the best of our ability, engaging in purely hypothetical discussions can lead to confusion and misinterpretation. There's nothing hypothetical. I just don't even get what that response means, quite frankly. The city told me that you want a bedroom, renovate. Create a 3-bedroom following the rules. So I had a few contractors come out and look at my property to renovate my property and create a 3rd bedroom following the city's rules that they're all of a sudden enforcing, but only on certain models and certain people. it would cost us upwards of $250,000. We bought our condo, Casa Serena, we call it. We spent over $100,000 giving it a facelift, putting in floors, paint, counters. We would have to rip all of that out and spend $250,000 to get it the way the city wants. The city gave STR owners licenses for years, allowing them to advertise and use the room attached to the atrium as a bedroom. We were awarded a license in 2022 and 2023 for a 3-bedroom with an occupancy of 6 people. We bought our property in 2021. We confirmed with the city that we would be awarded an STR license before ever purchasing this property. Our property was appraised as a 3-bedroom. The couple who sold us the property purchased it in 2016 as a 3-bedroom. The MLS had it listed as a 3-bedroom. The HOA and on-site sales and leasing office gave us floor plans prior to us purchasing that indicated our Alhambra model was a 3-bedroom. The County of Riverside has changed their position. They updated our property profile from a 2-bedroom to a 3-bedroom. And the county told me that they made a visual determination that our property was in fact a 3-bedroom, and that the County of Riverside defines a bedroom as having a door, window, and closet. And here's the communication. It says, that doesn't look right. I'm not sure what these are. There we are. Okay. In order to count a room as a bedroom, this is the email from Miguel Tapia at the County of Riverside. In order to count a room as a bedroom, we look for a window, closet, door. And then I think back here, yeah. And then this email from Miguel Tapia says, I had asked him actually to turn it back to a 2-bedroom because I at the time wasn't sure if I was going to sue the seller and seller's agent. And this is the only place I could find it, saying it was a 2-bedroom. They refused. They would not turn it back to a 2-bedroom. This was the response. Your property is showing 3-bedroom. I'm not sure I understand your request. In order to keep an accurate property profile, we update everything as is and visually have verified 3 bedrooms. Per the property listing, this is also reflecting 3 bedrooms as well. So, when this whole debacle started, I sent a heartfelt email to the city explaining the financial implications this decision would have on my family. And the city's response to me was that this was my fault. I didn't do my due diligence. So, I understand regulating STRs. I do. And I'm actually all for regulations. I like regulations. It helps everyone understand the rules. It helps them understand the expectations so that they can make informed decisions. That is one of the many reasons we invested in Palm Desert, because the city had STR regulations in place. We knew what we were getting. We knew what we were getting into. The HOA, they did not prohibit STRs. We bought a 3-bedroom because we were told that we would be allowed an occupancy of 6 people. We ran a financial model, did our due diligence, understood the regulations, and we made the purchase. If you want to change the rules and regulations on STRs, fine, change them. But you need to change them from this day going forward. It's not fair to change the rules on people when they have made significant investments. These are investors who count on cash flow for their livelihood to support their families. It's flat out wrong. The city has stayed silent. They've turned a blind eye for decades, allowing thousands of taxpayers to be defrauded. Due to the fraud, the gross negligence, the discrimination that's taken place, I respectfully request that the city grandfather in all existing homeowners and taxpayers. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let me get myself situated. I was following along, and thank you for providing your printed documents. After hearing the appellant presentation, now we can advance to public comment. Once again, I renew my request that we maintain decorum without applause, without any audible response. Again, we want to be able to move things forward and doing so in a respectable manner. I do see that there is an online comment. Would you like to take that first?
Certainly. Kelly,
Yes.
if you could just please state your name and you can begin.
Yes, my name is Kelly Hawkinson. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I'm a realtor with Compass in Dana Point. My husband and I own in Monterey Country Club, and I've also done a few escrows in Monterey Country Club. I am also a licensed short-term rental host. I use the Airbnb platform and am a top-rated host with a 5-star rating. My condo is marketed as a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, sleep 6 until now. After 40 years of non-enforcement, the city of Palm Desert has decided to start enforcing a state code regarding the definition of a bedroom. The main focus for this new endeavor has been said to be for health and safety reasons. However, only specific groups of people are being scrutinized: short-term rental homeowners. It does not make any sense. These condos and many more like them in Palm Desert have been marketed for sale and for rent for 30 to 40 years as 3 bedrooms. We as STR condo owners did the right things, took the appropriate steps, paid the licensing fees, and have been approved for the past 2+ years. Our income provides for our families and helps offset the expense of owning in Palm Desert. We pay 12% to the city of Palm Desert off of our earnings. We specifically drive traffic to local businesses and restaurants owned by locals, like JC's and Armando's. We have all done it correctly and honestly, and with great joy. We love it here, and we love hosting visitors that come from all over the world. We have, as a group of homeowners, we think that we have been singled out unfairly. The Cambridge Dictionary defines discrimination as treating a particular group of people differently, especially in a worse way in which you treat others. By taking away the 3rd bedroom option, families like the ones who rented from me last Thanksgiving and another family at Christmas, as well as the concert goers in April, will not find my condo when they search for 3 bedroom. In order for me to have my STR license renewed, I had to change my listing on Airbnb to a 2-bedroom that sleeps 4. This is huge. Reducing the bed count greatly reduces potential guests and income. I'm going to take a page out of my real estate profession and offer a potential solution. I would ask that you consider a disclosure document, a created document that each guest needs to read, sign, and date, stating that they understand that the 3rd bedroom by city code does not qualify as a legal bedroom, and by signing they acknowledge and accept. Us homeowners would keep files of all these disclosures and would provide to the city if required, or at the time that we pay our city taxes. Please let us continue to market our homes as
Thank you very much, Ms. Atkinson. Your 3 minutes are up, and we will take the next online public comment, please.
Deborah Duardo.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Dr. Deborah Duardo. I am an owner in the Monterey Country Club. Just January of this year, we purchased what I thought was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath home. Until recently, I was told that it is not a 3-bedroom, that it is a 2-bedroom. I agree with the previous speakers that we've been victims of fraud, that there's been severe negligence by the city of being silent this long period of time. We are being discriminated against as short-term renters. Our dream was to buy in the Monterey Country Club and to retire once we are able to retire from our jobs. And now that vision will not be able to happen. I agree with the previous speaker that there should be some type of disclosure letter or some type of accommodation for those of us who have been victimized by this fraud, by this severe neglect by the city that has silenced and not told us. I just bought my property recently. Nowhere, every brochure, everywhere I looked, I went to the city as well. We did our research. We did everything correctly, and no one informed us. And now suddenly everyone is concerned with safety. I'm a big advocate of safety. I'll tell you that my bedroom next to the atrium is probably the safest room in the house. It has 3 doors. It's the closest to the front exit and to the back patio, safer than any other room in the house. And I believe this is sheer discrimination. I beg you as elected officials to please consider those of us who have been recently victimized by fraud and who are being discriminated against. Please consider other options, other alternatives to make it fair for those who have purchased this property and have done nothing wrong, followed all of the rules. So I please ask that you support us for those of us who have purchased recently. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any others online?
Not at this time, Madam Mayor.
Now we have speaker cards with those present. Tyler Steele, please.
Thank you all for the opportunity to speak. I know it's a long meeting and I appreciate you hanging in there for us who similar situation. Tyler Steele, I live in Monterey Country Club. I also use it as a seasonal home for my family. We love being in Palm Desert. I especially appreciate spending more time with my family and also the access to great healthcare. They live about 150 miles away off the grid. So having them in closer proximity to great healthcare is great for me. Also use it as a short-term rental to offset the cost of caring for elderly parents and also carrying, 2 households. Similar situation to Carrie and the people that spoke. The house was marketed and sold as a 3-bedroom. We had the inspections done. It was approved by the county. It was approved by the city. Similar situation. We also feel that we're being discriminated against as short-term rental owners. Similar to the doctor speaker, the room in question is the safest room in the house. There's 2 entrances at either side of the room. One is literally 3 steps. It's like this much room to the next bedroom, which you can jump out a window. As someone who has survived an apartment fire, I can tell you all 30 plus residents, no one went out a window. Everyone went out the door. So there's plenty of exits from both sides. This situation is creating incredible stress for homeowners. I care greatly about the safety of people that I rent to, my guests. I also care about the safety of my parents, and that includes the financial and emotional safety. So the irreparable harm that this represents for us homeowners, I can't even understand the impact that it'll have for all of us. For, if we lose 20 to 30% of the income plus the purchase price, I wouldn't in good conscience resell the house as 3 bedrooms because I wouldn't want to be sued. So we're talking, for me, potentially $180,000. It's really quite a lot to consider. So I would ask that, you take all of these things into consideration for us. It's a huge ramification. It goes back decades. I know you're inheriting a hot mess of problems, but we are as well. So I thank you for your consideration. And thanks for sticking through a long meeting.
Thank you so much. Leslie Larson, please.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Larson, and unfortunately, my husband, Gary Wall, could not be here this evening. We bought our unit at Monterey Country Club, 381 San Remo in November of 21, like Carrie. And the room in question was sold to me as a bedroom. We are owners who exchanged other rental property in order to supplement our retirement income. This recent changes has affected the property. It's rented by a virtue of reduction in the one bedroom. We fully expect that there will be adverse impact once again on the rental income. We invested in this property as part of our retirement plan, and this change will once again impact our rental income from the property, which was marketed, sold, and assessed as a 3-bedroom property and has now been reduced to the 2-bedroom property. I was the one that she was talking about that I ran into this last August of 23. We got the STR in February of 22, and I thought it was going to be renewed in February of 23, and then they said I had till September. So this is when I was first approached or talked with Jason as well about having to change it, and Lorena. When it comes to the sale, one needs to look at the value of the 2-bedroom properties that are available for sale and their listing price. One is able to draw a direct line to the reduction in the value of the property based on these comparisons. We continue to be assessed by the county as a 3-bedroom property, and the city continues to insist it is only a 2-bedroom property. As a tax-paying citizen, I am caught between these two governmental units, clearly to our disadvantage. Most disturbing of all, I wrote a very level-headed, respectful letter to the mayor and several of the local council members, and not one of them replied to my concerns. This suggests that the city council has made up their mind and are not acting in the best interest of those they have been elected to represent. Finally, we are concerned about the impact of this issue getting out in the press and how this adverse action will negatively impact our community as a whole, and how this will impact the value of not only our property, but all properties situated within the city limits. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our last speaker on this item is Mr. Brett Anderson.
The last, huh? Thank you. My name is Brad Anderson. I currently live in the city of Rancho Mirage. I don't have any financial interest in being involved in this issue at all. And I don't even know anybody that's involved in this personally. But Rancho Las Palmas, I believe, have the same type of design. And I remember seeing a ladder, and I share the mayor's concerns of how that would be maybe not the best way to escape, whatever the purpose would be. But again, it was built many years ago, and the intent of that was different than it is today. I think at Embassy Suites, when I go there, I used to be there all the time. Not this one, but and I had rollaway beds pushed in. That's another example. And then we have the workforce housing being built in the north end here. I'm not sure. You're either going up or you're either going down if you're getting out of that when it's completed. But I guess I emphasize that not being involved with STRs or short-term renters and being in a city that actually banned them, and there's a lot of issues that I'm not sharing today because I don't have time. I'm kind of going off on that. And being a participant at the Greater Palm Springs Tourism Board meetings way back when, and seeing the STRs come into effect at that time and in a tax entity for that group or for the state or for the area, for the region. And I just saw that as being an attack on short-term renters and private property owners. And this is my opinion. It was a constructed effort to reduce the numbers of STRs for people to stay at other venues. That's my belief. And that being said, I want to just for the city to, because these are livelihoods and people's retirement incomes you're dealing with. And I would hope that maybe you can table this matter. The city manager should have had this taken care of, should have been compromising. He should have been mitigating this to a point where it never came to this, because I see litigation massive litigation for years to come against the city or having the city involved in it. And I think that can be avoided if the grandfather clause and amendments and so forth that can be done. This can be addressed and it comes to the short-term renter aspect. So you need to look at that and start from that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on the dot pretty much for the 3 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any other public comment that may have come online in the meantime?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Having heard the public comment, now we move on to the staff's closing comments.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and council members. It's been a long one. I just want to point out first and foremost that this is a commercial activity. This is a classification of business owners. And just like any other business owner, there are going to be other regulations that businesses have to follow that homeowners do not. Is it discrimination to require a hotel to have a big, ugly exit sign, but we don't have to have that in our personal homes? It is not. It's a regulation of commercial activity to protect occupants and patrons of businesses for these emergency situations. Lastly, the county assessors, their emails about it being a 3-bedroom and their visual inspections, they're not building officials, architects, engineers, professionals in that capacity. They are looking at an eye test. They're not comparing it to the California Residential Code or the California Building Code to classify it as that. And again, the city is not the one who's classifying, assessing these properties. That's the county. The appellant has brought up that this is a taking and, they've been wronged. And I don't disagree that they've been wronged, but the fact that the city was involved in it. It's not a taking because the city originally in the 70s was the one who said, you cannot use this bedroom or this den as a bedroom. They said there's no ingress or egress for emergency rescue. We hear, oh, well, you could just go through the house. What if the fire starts in the middle of the house? Or, my grandfather was a firefighter at Cal Fire for 40 years. He always talked about never open doors during fires, go out the windows because of pressure and backdraft. It can kill you. So there's all these things that people are not considering because to us, we look at a room, we say, well, I can just walk that way. Well, there's not a fire there right now, and it's kind of hard to determine every scenario. That is why these codes are set up this way, is to allow you to exit directly for safe reasons, because the fire may be in the bedroom, it may be in the kitchen, it may be in the living room, may be on the roof. We don't know. It's not a takings as well because the city did not sell this unit. The city did not advertise this unit. And the city upheld the Uniform Building Code back in the 1970s and is continuing to uphold the California Building Code and the California Residential Code, R310.1, in this determination. And Sunrise built, accepted the code in 1981 letter. They built these, they accepted the code, said, we are not intending to do this. And somewhere along the way, Sunrise created these materials. I mean, they say that they don't know where it came from. That's to be determined. But there's a third party here, Sunrise, who appears to be the one who marketed and sold these things. And the city was the one who originally upheld that building code. And so I don't see how this regulation, by enforcing the California Residential Code and California Building Code, can amount to anything more than maybe correcting a pass of the predecessor or a past issue from the predecessors, but it really wasn't even an issue because your predecessors upheld that it's a den. Also, I mean, the city does lose out here. If there's lost profits, then there's less transient occupancy tax. If there's less money collected, there's less money taxed. As much as it hurts them, I mean, the city is also losing money here as well. This issue was discovered when this appeal was first going forward. The email she pulled up was from February 23rd of 2024 at the early stages of this whole proceeding. And also during this, she was still awarded a permit before, and the policies of internal review changed. That's not a waiver of any sort of enforcement. Because it wasn't caught before, doesn't mean it can't be enforced now. Lastly, any sort of variance against an actual California building code under Title 24, we would have to essentially go against state law. And state law, you can be more restrictive, but not less, because the California Title 24 is controlling over buildings. And I think that the city should uphold the determination and pass the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have 5 minutes for the appellant's closing comments.
Thank you again for your time today. I'm here to represent the innocent victims of what's going on here. And again, I know that you've inherited this and I don't envy you. It's a tough decision. And I just, the bottom line here is if city council upholds the building department's interpretation of bedroom versus non-sleeping den, without grandfathering in or figuring out some way around this. Maybe I'm not using the right term. Maybe it's an amendment. Or I really liked what Kelly had said, adding some sort of documentation. But even with this, even if we get just a signed form for STR owners, it still doesn't change the fact that these are now no longer bedrooms, because it is now public knowledge. And so property values have been decreased. And I did look at plans for the lakes when I was in at the city, and they have the same issue. The plans were approved as dens. And so there is false advertising going on across the desert that needs to be addressed. I understand, it's hard to enforce code and everything, but the city is staying silent and allowing this. It would not be that hard to send a cease and assist letter, make a call to the HOA. All these properties have HOAs. They all have real estate offices on site. It's not that difficult to do. The city's sending cease and assist letters to SDR owners that aren't advertising properly. So it can't be that difficult to do. Like I said, this is something that is going to affect all homeowners. This is not just an STR issue. We're the ones addressing it right now because it's affecting us immediately, but this is going to have a ripple effect across the housing market. Again, owners are going to lose 20 to 30% of their home value. They've overpaid for their home. We overpaid for our home by $150,000. We do not have a 3-bedroom now. We have a 2-bedroom. We've overpaid for property taxes. And I think that's why Riverside's fighting with the city. They know we paid for overpaid property taxes. And now we're going to come back to them and say, hey, we need that money back. We need our property taxes lowered. I mean, that's what this thing's about, the back and forth. And when owners need to refi, reverse mortgage, they need cash, they cannot get the amount of money they were hoping for because now property values have gone down. And we know the STR issue. We've been addressing that this whole last half. So we have reduced income, but that's just one of 6 issues that homeowners face. That's just one. The other 5 affect everyone. So I know you have a difficult decision. I thank you for your time. And I hope that we can figure something out that's fair for everyone and that works. Thank you.
This moment, the public hearing is closed and we will advance to deliberations. But before doing that, I want to thank everyone that has taken the time to be here, everyone that has taken the time to email. And I assure you that if you emailed and didn't get a response back, it's not from lack of wanting to, rather ensuring that we are providing the best information possible. I believe that as our clerk mentioned, that while we're the last thing we would want to do would be issue a statement that could then be misinterpreted if one of us misspoke. We rely on our staff that does the digging and does the due diligence. So if anyone has felt that they have been ignored, it's not from being ignored, but rather the desire to speak with the most factual information as possible. This has been going on for a long time, so thank you for your patience with us while we navigate something that has been going on for decades. With that said, I open up to my peers for comments.
I'll start then. So thank you very much. And I believe the appellant made a very, very convincing case. A second career, you make a great attorney. She really stated the case well, I thought. And I just want to say that I would like to try to find a solution that is fair to everyone while keeping safety in mind, but also trying to right this situation we all find ourselves in. And so many homeowners that have bought what they thought were 3 bedrooms. There's a lot of fault to go around. So what can we do now? And I'm just going to suggest if there was a way we could grandfather these in with the caveat that let me get the name right, that the California Building and Standards Commission would hear our case to make an exception and allow these to be 3 bedrooms. If we could somehow make it that it's dependent upon getting approval from the state. That is one suggestion that I would have, and/or that when you get an STR permit, you have to sign a disclosure saying that the code states this is a den, and that the risk is then given to the owner of the STR and the occupants that signed the disclosure. I'm trying to think of solutions here. So there I go. That's a start.
Please.
My starting point is, what is the city's mission in this? And we enforce building standards to guard the public safety. That's our mission. As I understand it, we exercise that mission anytime there's a request for any form of permit, not just an STR. If there's a remodel permit, we look at the utilization of rooms. And the difficulty I have with the proposed solutions is they don't achieve the mission of guarding the public safety. Someone might sign a disclosure. Signing that disclosure doesn't keep them more safe. And I find what Mr. Finley included in the staff report from the International Residential Code very compelling. The requirement for emergency escape and rescue in sleeping rooms exists because the fire will usually have spread before the occupants are aware of the problem. So normal channels of leaving the space aren't available. It strikes me that the cleanest way to honor the city's mission and create the opportunity for some resolution here that acknowledges the equities and the difficulties is to take option one, which is to uphold the building officer's interpretation, which then gives the appellant the ability to take this before the California State Building Commission to seek some interpretation that would enable them to meet their expectations at the time of purchase. But for the city to do that really requires us to unsee something we've seen. And you just can't do that. Our building officials have seen a condition which we can't sanction whether someone consents to it or not.
Can I just
Yes.
comment? Which I understand and agree with what you're saying. So if we take that its safety is number one, then we need to be consistent and not discriminate and apply it to people that are renting their house out for 30 days or longer. Or maybe they're just renting it out for 30 days because the safety issue would still exist. So I believe if the city goes down this route, I don't know, well, I shouldn't say that. I believe we're going to need legal staff to deal with all the homes that aren't in compliance, and including those that are renting their house out for just 30 days or longer that don't require a permit, because the safety hazards still exist. And now, as Councilmember Kelly said, we can't unsee what we see, or we can't undo what we know. So if the city knows it's a safety hazard, we can't then look the other way for all the other homes that are safety issues.
So if I may, counsel, one distinction that currently exists is that long-term rentals in the city aren't subject to city permitting in the same way that the short-term rental programs are. And it may be a topic of discussion for a future council meeting at some other time, whether the city has, more robust regulations like a residential rental program, things like that. That's a separate topic. It wouldn't be addressed in the scope of the particular appeal this evening.
Thank you for that. However, we're ruling based upon safety being priority number one. So it's hard for me to rule on this if we're ruling on it for safety, if we're not thinking what this means. And so I'm looking at the city manager now. Do you have any comments on this?
I think anything that we do that goes against the building code brings liability to our door. And this last year, this directive from Richard was to ensure that all building plans, matched up to the STR permits. There were some cases where we had individuals have additional bedrooms that had been permitted at the time of construction. So I don't know that there's a middle ground right now on this. We know we've got a code problem. We can certainly send it and ask once it's determined by the council, we can ask the California Building Code Commission. Honestly, if whatever their final determination is, we live with. And so I think that that's the position that you're in on these particular issues. As Dylan stated in his closing remarks, when you transition to a commercial type venture here, it's a very different set of rules. We are not, and the point that the staff has been trying to make is they're not actively going out and saying, we're coming into your house, we're going to do these inspections and take away your property rights. What they're saying is if you choose to operate your home as a business or if you remodel it, you need to be current with all codes, and we will look at building plans as the evidence. I don't think there's a middle ground here in terms of the interpretation of the code. And that's the difficult thing here, is we know that we've got the documentation from 40 or 50 years ago where the builder clearly stated it wasn't a bedroom. It doesn't have the egress. It doesn't meet the building code. And the California building codes are going to apply to all of California. That's the lens that they use when they look at this. It's not Palm Desert. Is this an appropriate use of the building code across the state of California? So I just don't want to give anyone any false hope that, this is going to happen. So that's the position we're in when we run across these types of situations.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. And then one more point, and then I'll let my colleagues talk. I do believe that if we are going down this path of enforcing the building code, I do believe the city has an obligation to do the cease and desist letter to these HOAs that are marketing them as 3 bedrooms.
Yeah, I've been contemplating that for the last couple of weeks. I mean, I have seen in other cities that I've managed where we've actually gone so far as to require inspections at the time before a sale is approved, and file that the sales documents or that the plans are actually matching what was being closed on. I mean, some cities will go that far, but it's typically related to having a transfer tax or something like that. If we wanted to put an inspection program in place for these, I mean, that's the only way to catch these things. Once a company decides to market something that's different after they got an approval, that's a whole nother level of effort. It can be done. It's just it's a whole nother level of staffing this city really hasn't done in the past. And that is correct. So it's how far do we want to go to make sure that we're holding the realtors accountable in the marketing firms accountable to what was actually approved. We are having these same discussions, for instance, on a landscape plan. We have a subdivision that is being constructed. We send folks out to ensure that everything's planted exactly the same way, and you all were part of a settlement recently on that, where we had to help a community ensure that was enforced. So there are levels of service that we can certainly put in place down the road if that's where this council wants to go.
Thank you. Councilmember Truby or Mayor Pro Tem? Oh, Councilmember Truby.
Yeah, either way. It looks like whether or not we choose option 1 or 2, ultimately, CSBC has the final word.
Correct. They will determine whether a local amendment is warranted and eligible.
Got it. And are there any other policing agencies that monitor real estate transactions? Why would that fall on the city?
I think the answer is because what we're hearing is, should the city take on the effort of matching up marketing efforts to what was approved from a building plan perspective, and the city is the building plan regulator.
Okay. Well, I'm a big fan of property rights and everything else, but like I said, at this point, it's got to be resolved, and I would go with staff recommendation on option 1, and then it's going to have to go to CSBC regardless, and I would imagine that's the path they would have to take. Obviously, it's not an easy decision, but I would advocate for option 1 for those reasons.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Listening to what I've heard about, well, you could sign a disclosure, a loss of life, a disclosure doesn't mitigate or alleviate the angst. And what we're talking about here is safety. And we're talking about a commercial endeavor. And we really can't override this and say it just doesn't count. We recognize there has to be ingress and egress. So on the heels of what Councilmember Kelly said, the best approach right now is for us to uphold the recommendation. And at that point, if the property owners choose then to appeal, that option is available to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Many of you have seen that my habit up here is to take copious notes from being able to go back and look at not only what was said, but what is swirling through. As I had mentioned before, this has taken a long time because government moves slowly. Because what we do will set a precedent, because it does require to go back. I think that creating a blanket ordinance that goes and tries to regulate every single one of the 1,200 units, I think that would be much more harsh. I think that in the effort to say, don't discriminate against us, you would be then potentially doing something punitive to some of your neighbors that are choosing to have a residence and not a commercial venture. I am a big fan of STRs. I am not a fan of what my predecessors had chosen to do of only allowing STRs in HOAs in certain neighborhoods. I agree that STRs are an investment, and that's how a lot of people are able to generate their generational wealth. For the same reasons that I supported that if you have an elderly parent that chooses or says, I can't take care of my home anymore, I need to go into full-time care. Using that as an STR would easily provide for that. So I agree that it would also generate additional housekeeping contracts that would be with individuals and not necessarily large contracts the way that a hotel would. However, I agree that, as stated, Palm Desert has allowed short-term rentals for many years, but it wasn't allowed from the very beginning of the inception of the city when these plans were first, came onto consideration. And if we see that these were the discussions that were, to my notes, agreed upon with the definition that they were a den and not a bedroom, those items were discussed in I think I have is 1971, 1973, 1979, and 1981. We can't go back and say, as we look at these individual commercial permits, we have to go back and change. There is a local business owner who stated that he feels that he is trying to fight the fact that a building code is saying that he has to provide a bathroom to customers. But his attorneys went back and said that does not apply to buildings that were built prior to 1965. Don't quote me, maybe it was a different year. So hypothetically, if that were to be an example, if the law says that we can't go back before that date, so be it. In this case, we have a well-established record of this being the determination. Is it horrible that you find yourself in a situation where you see such a reduction in your income? Absolutely, that's horrible. Absolutely. No one is taking away from that. No one is taking away from your frustration. In fact, I empathize with that. It is a firm need to create something that is uniform to make sure safety is upheld, and that's why we have the codes. I live in a mobile home that was built in the 1960s, back when the width of the plumbing pipes were 3/8 of an inch. We didn't know that that was the issue until we had a pipe burst. Oh, I see Mr. Finley making a face. Can you imagine the rocket science that it took to piece all of these different fixtures together? It was, I kid you not, 6 inches of trying to superimpose all of these fittings in order to bring to compliance from when 3/8 was standard to when 1 inch is standard, because things change. I think that just as we have seen the evolution of smog testing requirements, it used to be every other year, but now depending on emissions have changed. Now you don't have to do it every 2 years. If you have an electric vehicle, those standards change as we evolve with the policy. It is horrible what Sunrise did. If they are the ones that were somehow responsible for creating that document that they said they did not. However, we don't have a time machine to be able to figure out who put that logo on there. And that is unfortunate. If they have been involved in creating communities all over the place, well, then maybe this is the opportunity for people that have short-term rentals that were created or constructed by them to have a look at what they have going on. It's unfortunate that this is where the process has evolved from, but we can't go back and remedy. Safety is non-negotiable. I think that's one thing that we can all agree on. My family's had house fire. The garage caught on fire. That made it very difficult. Thankfully, my family was on vacation. I didn't live there anymore, but going in and seeing where the fire started, the fact that the cars exploded with the gasoline in the vehicles, it just made things worse. Sometimes by the time that someone wakes up, especially if you have an outdated system that notifies the alarm, or if you don't have sprinklers, we can't anticipate every problem. And so we can't go back and force any sort of compliance on every single owner that has chosen to purchase a home as it stands until they decide to take action upon it. So yes, this is extremely challenging. This is extremely challenging. It is not an easy decision to make. And I assure you that we do not take this lightly. But I am inclined to agree with my peers that we should take the first option. I think that that would be a way to take a look. And also my understanding is that when the city is looking for STRs that are in compliance, I think that has something to do with the way that they're listed as they're advertised. The city can't go through, it's much more frequent to be able to go and look at, Airbnb. For example, my daughter stayed at one and said, "Mom, is it normal to have all of the windows fog up? Is it normal to not have a fan when you're cooking?" So I made an inquiry, found out that as someone who applied for a permit, but never finished it. We can't guarantee that everyone that applies for a permit will go through and make good on that. So I think that all in all, our best option is option number one.
Mayor, with appreciation for all that has been said about the difficulty of this circumstance, I will move to uphold the appeal and support the Building Board of Appeals as described in option 1.
Second.
I would like to offer a amended motion. I concur that we need to move that forward, but I really would like to see additional guidance at another session about how we can address this moving forward. And again, this is something that we need to establish some sort of equity. We can't get to that in this particular case regarding this particular appellant, but I think that we do need to look at some sort of policy moving forward as suggested by our city attorney.
And Mayor, do you mean in terms of like the cease and desist to the HOAs that are marketing? Okay, thank you.
And let's leave that open so the city manager can assess costs and methods. A starting point might simply be to communicate with CDAR about the issue and solicit their collaboration. So what I hear you suggesting is addition of a general request to the city manager to come back with us for options to assure some consistency.
That's exactly it. Does that
May I
Yes.
ask, are you suggesting that should be part of the motion?
No, that guidance that I'm inclined to support, but I feel maybe I misspoke in calling it a motion, or maybe would that be a motion, Mr. Clerk, in terms of agreeing that we move this forward as number one and also directing the city to take action? Because if this comes back before us, we would like to have some clarity if someone else should file a similar grievance.
I would agree that if the council's inclined, the first action is to adopt the resolution, and then the second action is to request that guidance.
Thank
So they're
you.
distinct.
But under one motion.
I will rescind my second if that is the case. I think this is something we need to keep very clean and very clear. If at another time under council requests for action, you would like to request that, that makes sense. This is a sticky subject. Let's not make it stickier. Let's keep it clean and simple with the original motion.
Why don't we just take two motions?
I feel that we're going to only prolong it more. I think that we are here, we've been here for some time. It is approaching 8 p.m. I think that delaying this further would only make it more complex for future opportunities until the time that, for example, how long would it take to go through the state process?
I didn't know that we have a timeline, Jason. So it's going to, if the appellant decides to go there, we're really up to them, their timeline, whether they're going to take the appeal. If they don't take the appeal, it's over. And in terms, so I do agree with Mayor Pro Tem to make this a clean motion. I've already been in communication with Richard about getting a study session set up. We will be back to you after listening to these comments tonight.
Okay,
Are you
perfect. Yeah, the study
comfortable?
session is exactly what we would, what I would
Since-
support. And I think that would also make it easier for our residents to be able to go back to that. So at this point, I withdraw my substitute motion and I would like to request a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi,
No.
Councilmember Truby,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes,
Motion passes 4-1.
that was not an easy one, folks. Thank you for your patience. Would everybody like a 5-minute stretch break? I know that was a long one. Thank you. 5 minutes, please. Yes, absolutely 5. So if the 4 of us here want to get up and stretch, that's fine, but that way 5 of us were here. I agree. Be resuming at 8:02, calling all council members. All right, 8:03 p.m. Let us continue. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We move on to public hearing section 15B, approval of the resolutions related to the adoption of the fiscal year 2024-2025 financial plan and capital improvement program. Public hearing is open.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Veronica Chavez, your Director of Finance. Just waiting for the presentation to come up. As you know, the budget process typically begins in January for us each year. And the first thing we typically do is in February, we look at our goals and priorities with City Council, and that sets the tone for the budget for the next fiscal year. Staff then compiles their proposals and presents them to City Council during our budget study sessions in May. This year, the study sessions took place the first week of May. There's typically 2 to 3 of them where the specific budget line items are gone through for each division and department and project. Therefore, my presentation tonight is relatively brief. For fiscal year 24-25, the general fund proposed budget is structurally balanced with a positive balance of 159,865 as our estimated surplus. The general fund revenues next year are estimated at $83.2 million. That's a $7 million increase from our original budget last year. But if you'll remember, I was highly conservative in the beginning of the year. When we look at fiscal year in 23-24, it really is a flat budget next year based on what we're seeing in the economy and just basically what we're seeing coming in our actuals. For our 24-25 general fund expenditures, we are also seeing a $7 million increase in costs. Those costs are primarily attributable to increased fire service costs, increased police service costs, the transfer to the library, which is offset by the additional revenues we'll be receiving from property tax on the library, information technology licensing costs, which are offset by the reduction to IT equipment.
Can I interrupt for a quick second?
Yes,
I
ma'am.
do apologize to our guests in the lobby. There's an echo and reverberation that makes it a little difficult to hear. Can anyone encourage our guests to? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Please continue.
Okay, I'll try and speak a little louder. The other item is a new engineering division, which is offset by reduced contractual engineering services and just other general labor, supply, and fuel cost increases that are causing the increase for 24-25 in expenditures. In your packet, you have the 5-year CIP plan, but what you have here is the summary. For year one, we are anticipating $72.4 million in new projects across the various funds. And we have projects going all the way through 2029 planned from the funds. We can answer specific questions to those various ones at the end if you'd like. Additionally, this year, although operationally we're balanced, staff is requesting an appropriation from general fund reserves to cover various one-time costs, as well as some ongoing costs if the sales tax measure is passed in November. Those ongoing costs include the addition of 3 new patrol officers and 3 new public works crew members to help mitigate the increase in service necessary in North Palm Desert. I wanted to give you an update on the revenue that we're seeing for next year. As I mentioned earlier, we will be receiving an estimated $2.4 million additional in property tax due to taking over the library. Sales tax, when we did our projections, were at 25 million. I've just recently received an update for Q1, and it looks like we might receive an additional 600,000 in sales tax next year. But I did not change the budget on that. We may do it at mid-year. For TOT, the actuals that are coming in are right in line with the budget at 22.9. Interest also was a game changer for us this year. So the decreases we saw in various revenue was offset by the interest earnings we gained, and we kept that level for next year. We're going to continue monitoring this, and if anything, any major changes happen, we will come back to council on a quarterly basis or at mid-year. So staff's recommendations are basically to approve the resolutions that are required for a budget, approve the 24-25 out-of-state travel, and also appropriate the additional funds from unobligated general fund reserve for the one-time costs, with the note that the ongoing costs will only be appropriated upon approval of the sales tax measure. This is a collaborative effort, as you know, so your entire team is here to answer any specific questions you have on the budget. But with that, that is the end of my presentation.
We have any questions? Oh, do we have any public comment on that issue first? I don't believe I saw any cards, but do we have anyone online?
No public comment on the line, Madam Mayor.
Okay, perfect. Then do we have any questions from my peers? Any comments? My comment is I have heard from some of our residents that are expressing they feel that we have bitten off more than we can chew. They see great value in our parks, but are wondering if we can potentially delay them. If we can delay them, just as we have discussed for the public safety item that we discussed, we have to prioritize fire safety. But when we look at all of these expenditures and all of these plans that are ahead, while we're looking at budget, I think this is the time to bring up those concerns. Again, we're talking money. Every time we talk money, I don't know about my colleagues, but every time that money comes up, one of the most frequent questions that I'm getting from our residents is specifically regarding, do we have to do everything at once? One additional consideration, and again, this is for 24 to 25, so I get no direct benefit of this, but in looking at the out-of-state travel budgets that are there, I think that when we look at the number of staff members that go to some of these very valuable conferences, for example, one of them, it only states one person is $7,000. There is no doubt that that is very valuable. I would request a small increase for the mayor's budget every year. That would allow the mayor the additional opportunities to travel to other areas as necessary. For example, if there should be the need to go and request funding from Congress, for example, if we looked at some of the ongoing needs, if this were to be something related to a future tropical storm. So I think that where we have a lot of things before us, we have plans, plans can change. And I'm bringing forward the concerns from our residents regarding, are we doing everything at once? Yes.
We're facing some of the capital expenses we have before us now because decisions were made to postpone in the past. And the consequence of that is that things become more expensive. And as we learn with our houses, deferred maintenance usually becomes more complicated maintenance and more expensive maintenance. So I think it's appropriate for us to act tonight on the plans that we developed in our study sessions and to assure residents of the truths I just captured, that deferring will kick the can down the road and produce greater expenses later without a good plan to address them. Personally, I'd be apprehensive about tweaking travel budget lines tonight. We had the opportunity to raise those issues at the study session, and tweaking tonight would make it difficult to assure that the bottom line is what it needs to be.
I agree with the sentiment that we're discussing about a lot of deferred maintenance, but we aren't deferring any maintenance on parks that haven't been built yet. And everything we've got here, they're living documents. And again, I would be remiss in my duties if I don't bring up one of the most frequent issues, saying I'm concerned about my taxes. Not every elected official feels the same way about how it's going to impact me, and you need to bring this forward. So that is my due diligence in bringing forward their concerns.
Yes, I am very supportive of the parks and do want to move forward with them. And I do hear from constituents that they're looking forward to having a regional park and a community park.
I would just add to that. I think it's important to keep in mind with the spending plan that we put in place. That's what well-run communities do, is they look out 5, 6, 7 years and make sure that we're having those policy discussions with council. Remember and it's important to remember with the sales tax initiative, 2/3 of that money right off the bat is obligated to ongoing salaries for additional public safety, public works personnel, 2/3 of that money right out of the gate. So what you're seeing when we're putting the parks in place and the libraries in place down in years 3, 4, 5, you're essentially creating savings accounts to fund those down the road if the council still wants to do those, so we stay away from debt. That way, our money is going to purely principal. We're paying for those things in cash and not carrying legacy principal or interest costs with us. So I think that's an easier way to sort of explain this to folks, is it's your stated priorities now, but as soon as that's the promise that we've made in the conversations we have with council, is those public safety and public works folks will be brought on board immediately. And then you're really using the balance of that to save for these other projects.
Understood. That part I understand in terms of how things need to be proactive about the impact on staff. Again, I am bringing forward the concerns that it's not deferred on anything we don't have yet. Yeah. And for all we know, just as we had a very prolonged discussion on what we see today may have better options in the future that we can identify. So it is a complex issue. We are dealing with $83 million. We are dealing with great need. We are dealing with public safety. We are dealing with quality of life. We don't have the magic wand to make everyone happy. Clear. As, like I said, bringing forward the concerns. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. All the points that have been made are excellent. Deferred maintenance only costs more. We can see that very clearly when we talk about roads. If we stay on top of addressing them and maintaining them, they're much less expensive for the maintenance. So we don't want to defer, and things just get, not only is the maintenance more expensive because the shape of the roads, and I'm just using roads as a broad example, the maintenance becomes more expensive, but everything then becomes more expensive. As we've seen, we keep talking about the skyrocketing costs. They're not going to stop going up. Costs, as we all know, in our experience in life, continue to go up. So these are things we have to look at. We are building more than 1,000 new homes in the north side. Those new community members deserve a park, and it's not going to be cheaper by waiting 5 years or 8 years. And I think the analogy of a savings account is excellent. When we look at our own personal budgets, we know when we budget for things, we are more prepared to handle them. And that's the situation we're putting the city in. I don't support changing anything. We've had since May, we've been working on this. We've had a couple meetings. We've had ample times to study this before the meetings, in between them. Let's keep a really job beautifully done where it is today. And as we know, we have mid-term adjustments, mid-year adjustments, and there are times when things come up that we have to take in front of the council and give special consideration to it. We can do that if needed. But I believe that our financial plan, the capital improvement plan, is excellent, and I support it thoroughly. Thank you.
I echo the same. We were talking about deferred maintenance. I think what we're talking about here with parks is building costs. Building costs are escalating and skyrocketing, not in pace with inflation. So, and every time I drive through the north end of town, man, there are new rooftops. Those north end residents are going to need and expect the same kind of parks the rest of the city has. So I don't advocate for deferring. I like to pass the budget as presented.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion. Let's do it.
Second.
Roll call, please. Oh, do we have any comments on that? I think I may have asked before, but just wanted to confirm.
Correct. No
Okay.
public comment and the public hearing was closed.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi.
Yes.
Councilmember Truby,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Said lots of conversations, So I feel I must abstain. I see both sides of it. I see both sides of what our residents need today and tomorrow. We're in a pinch now, so I will abstain.
Motion passes 4-0 to 1.
Okay, now we move on to, item C, approve outside agency funding committee recommendations for fiscal year 2024-25 Community Development Block Grant CDBG Action Plan.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Joe Barron. I'm with the Contracts and Grants Analyst in the Finance Department. Today's hearing is necessary to provide the City Council an overview of our Community Development Block Grant Program Annual Action Plan. The CDBG program is administered by the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Thank you. Which provides jurisdictions federal funds to address the low and moderate income residents. It allows for neighborhood improvements and help address urgent needs. The city must submit the annual action plan to HUD to be eligible for funding. The annual action plan contains various activities that were requested through the application process. vetted by staff and approved by the outside agency committee on May 23 of 2024. For fiscal 23-24, the city has received $365,446. And the funding has been broken down into three categories, which are public services, capital improvements, and program administration costs. This evening, staff is recommending that the council conduct a public hearing, accept the comments related to the CDBG program and annual action plan, and approve the annual action plan and subrecipient funding recommended by the outside agency committee and authorize the staff to submit to HUD. This concludes my presentation for this evening. At this time, I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Public hearing is open. Do we have any comments that have come in online?
No comments online, Madam Mayor.
No comments online, no comments present. Any questions or comments from my peers?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
There we go.
Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi.
Yes.
Councilmember Truppi,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I forgot to close the public hearing on that earlier. Okay, now we move on to item D, resolution to approve the engineer's report order of the levy and collection of assessment in the City of Palm Desert's Benefit Assessment District Number 1 for fiscal year 2024-25.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and fellow council members. Julia Breyer, Financial Analyst for Public Works. The item before you relates to the annual renewal process for the city's benefit assessment district, specifically for costs associated with the maintenance and expansion of the Section 29 retention basin. In order to renew the district, the city is required to conduct a public hearing and adopt this appropriate resolution, including the engineer's report. I just want to remind you that we do have our consultants Wilden here if you have any questions.
Any public comments that have come regarding that matter?
No public comment, Madam Mayor.
Questions or comments from my peers, or would I entertain a motion?
I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Perhaps
Roll call.
before we vote, if we could close the public hearing.
Oh, sorry about that. We're clearly all trying to get out of here swiftly. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi.
Yes.
Councilmember Truppi,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 15, let me write this down here, 15E, approve the engineer's report for and the levy of collecting the annual assessments within the consolidated Palm Desert Landscaping and Lighting District Number 1 for fiscal year 2024-25. Hearing open.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and fellow council members. Again, Julia Breyer, Financial Analyst, Public Works. The item before you relates to the annual renewal process for 33 benefit zones that comprise the city's landscape and lighting district number 1. Similar to the last item, the city is required to conduct this public hearing and take various actions to renew those benefit zones. And again, we are available for any questions the council may have.
Any comments online?
No comments.
Comments or questions from my peers? Hearing closed. Roll call, please.
I need a
I'll
motion.
move approval.
Thank you.
I'll second. We're gonna really
I'm
get through
telling
this.
you, we're ready to go.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi.
Yes.
Councilmember Truppi,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 15F, adopt a resolution increasing the solid waste service charges collected on the property tax roll for fiscal year 2024-25 and direct the city clerk to file said report with the Riverside County Auditor Controller to place said charges on the tax roll. Public hearing open.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Luis Moctezuma, Management Analyst with the Economic Development Department. In April of 2015, the City Council approved billing residential solid waste services for all individually billed residences through the County of Riverside Tax Assessor's Property Tax Roll. The item before you is to approve a resolution adopting the report proposing to collect the solid waste service charges for single-family residents on the property tax roll for fiscal year 24-25. As noted in the report, to pass, this resolution must be approved by two-third votes for the city council. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. We also have Mr. Frank Orlet with Burtech available for questions as well.
Wonderful. I do know we have one public comment present. Do we have any online?
None online.
Our public comment is Mr. Brad Anderson.
Hello again, Brad Anderson. I currently live or reside in the city of Vance Barrage. I wanted to speak on this. I've made a mistake before about protesting my city's increases, and then since then I've been my services have declined greatly, and I'm trying to sever that contract. But I fear for your residents of Palm Desert, where you are putting them on their tax rolls, meaning leaning or possibly leaning there properly for garbage services, trash services. I'm not a fan of that. And that's really my, I guess, buyer beware type story. Because if we do have bad service or no service, or vacation renters, or any aspect that you would have with a private company like Tech is, there's nothing that person can do about it. And even if the services is not collected, if services are suspended, they still have to pay. So that's my dilemma, or my I guess insight on that, that I would share with you. And just, I guess the biggest takeaway is reading through your 15F, your agenda item we're talking about this evening. It mentions an increase, and in the staff report, I see no such increase. I don't, and the resolution itself doesn't aspect the language of an increase. It's just about putting them on the tax rolls, and maybe there's something missing in the staff report, or maybe I missed something, but I couldn't account for the tax increase, but 5%, 1%, 3%, I don't know, because it wasn't in the staff report. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Any additional public comments?
No.
Questions or comments from my peers?
I will note for the record, we have superb service and excellent responsiveness to any resident concerns. Move approval.
I will second not only the motion, but the comment about excellent service.
I third the motion. I know that folks can always call up and say mine didn't get picked up, or I have bulky things that won't fit in my containers, and the service we have received is wonderful. We really have wonderful service. I see a comment maybe concurring.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay, well then we'll close.
I want
the
to say
hearing.
thank you for sticking around there, Frank.
We'll close the hearing and roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick.
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly.
Yes.
Councilmember Niscandy.
Yes.
Councilmember Trivy.
Yes.
Mayor Quintanilla.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 15G. Introduction of a zoning ordinance text amendment to amend sections of Title 25 of the Palm Desert Municipal Code and finding the action exempt per California Environmental Quality Act. Our hearing is open.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Honorable Council. Nick Maloney with the Planning Division. I'll keep this brief. As you may recall, the impetus of this action was council direction in January to amend the city's zoning ordinance to prohibit certain cannabis uses. We brought forth an item with draft language of that ordinance to the council in May 2023. Received input, which was incorporated into the draft that was presented to the Planning Commission in June and approved by Planning Commission with a recommendation for approval. Those modifications will generally amend 6 sections of the zoning ordinance and generally fall into one of 2 categories, which is either cleanup of previous actions or policy change specifically related to cannabis. So those cleanup items are dealing with, go to the next slide. Okay. So those are specifically related to Architectural Review Commission allowing vehicle sales in the freeway commercial overlay zone, as well as a prohibition on certain cannabis land uses. Thank you very much. Earlier this week, staff learned regarding cannabis that the one of our businesses, West Coast Cannabis Club on Melanie Place, will be closing. They would be operating as a cannabis micro business. But with their closure, they are the sole business, and because of that, there would be no need to include any language related to cannabis micro business. So staff is recommending that you adopt the draft recommended ordinance that was presented to you earlier this afternoon. Due to state law, that item would need to return to the Planning Commission prior to second reading of the ordinance. But with that is our recommendation. This public hearing was noticed in accordance with law. In accordance with CEQA, this item can be found exempt. And so staff is recommending that you pass the ordinance to second reading as presented in the draft ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any public comments?
No public comment.
Questions or comments from my peers? Seeing none, hearing is closed. Roll call vote, please.
Motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Second the motion?
Mayor Pro Tem Harnick,
Yes.
Councilmember Kelly,
Yes.
Councilmember Nastandi,
Yes.
Councilmember Trubie,
Yes.
Mayor Quintanian.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, do we have any additional information items? Okay, at this point, I think we are set to adjourn 8:32 p.m. Thank you, everyone, for your patience.